the Forum for Decarbonizing Transport as part of the NDCTIA project. Now, this project is part of the International Climate Initiative, ICI, and has been supported by the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety, BMU. Now, when this forum was launched, the idea of the forum was to work in close coordination with all the relevant stakeholders to formulate strategies, develop appropriate business models, and to accelerate the process of decarbonizing transport in India. Now, we know that if we are really looking at reducing carbon emission from transport sector, then it's not that one department, one agency, or one kind of sector has to work. In fact, this will require action on multiple fronts. And therefore, the Forum for Decarbonizing Transport was created as a conduit for bringing together diverse voices and needs so that we can really adopt an integrated approach for greening the transport sector in India. Now, one of the key issues that we have had a lot of discussion ever since the forum was launched is what are the key barriers to kind of accelerating decarbonizing transport. And often, one of the key barriers that has been talked about is this whole issue of where do we get investments, where do we get financing, where do we get kind of money that can really contribute towards not only doing some pilot interventions, but in fact, how can we transform the transport sector at scale towards a low carbon transport? So investment, the question on investment and funding for greening transport has really resonated with a lot of stakeholders in our conversation. So this workshop, when we are planning, we thought, why don't we do this workshop on this specific topic of financing for decarbonizing transport? And therefore, we have very interesting sessions for today, where initially we will be kind of getting a slightly global perspective on transport finance ecosystem, which is the first technical session. We will get some global snapshot on what is happening, what we can learn, what are the good practices. We will then hear an interesting session on investment that is going into the transport sector, and we'll have some senior bureaucrats and officials from ministries to talk about it. The third technical session today will focus on what are the options for decarbonization, and one can go about it. And then the last session is basically on looking at electric mobility, and then what can be done to kind of accelerate the deployment of electric mobility in India. So we have, in that sense, a pretty packed session. Some of the logistical announcements I would like to make before we kickstart. One, I would request you, if you're not speaking, then you may please keep your microphones on mute. So that will be very, very useful for us. Secondly, when you have speakers presenting and talking, if you have any questions, you can, if you are on WebEx, you can type the question on the chat box. If you are watching this on YouTube, then you can also post your questions on the YouTube comment section, and we would like to take this question with the respective speakers. So with that as a background, let me just kickstart the conversation forward. Let me invite Dr. O.P. Agrawal, who is the CEO of WRI India, to give his welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Agrawal.
Thanks very much, Amit, and delighted that we are working together, all of us, on this very important topic. I think transport sector is a very important sector to look at, particularly in the Indian context, where we are likely to see a steep increase in emissions from the transport sector. Right now, they are less than the global average, but given the kind of urbanization that is taking place, given the economic development that is taking place, the transport sector is likely to see a much steeper increase in emissions compared to other sectors. Various studies that we've done seem to indicate that there are at least 3 or 4 major approaches to decarbonizing transport. One, of course, is getting into clean technologies like electric mobility or green hydrogen. The other very important area is really looking at a mode shift, bringing about a stronger shift from road transport towards railways, towards inland water transport. These are areas that are going to be very important to sort of bring about a mode shift. If you look at urban areas, it's much more about shifting from personal motor vehicles towards public transport or towards non-motorized modes. So all of these will really end up requiring a lot of investment. Some of it will be investment from the public sector, but quite a lot of it will also be investments from the private sector. And that is why I feel that a session around looking at financing the decarbonization of transport is a very important one. And that's why I would like to welcome all of you to this session. I'm particularly happy to see Mr. Amitabh Kant here. I know his schedule and how busy that is, but a sort of reflection of what importance he places on it is the fact that he is here with us today. So with this, welcome to everyone, and I look forward to very exciting discussions on this. Thank you very much. Back to you, Amit.
Thanks a lot, Dr. O.P. Agrawal, for highlighting the key issue of why decarbonizing transport is essential for a low carbon future. So with that welcome address, let me move forward and invite Mr. Amitabh Kant, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Niti Aayog, to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, Mr. Kant.
Mr. Stephen Cock, Mr. O.P. Agrawal, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly delighted to join you all at the inaugural session of the Consultation workshop on financing and decarbonization of transport in India, which has been organized as part of the India component of the NDC TIA project. Firstly, I'm very glad to note that in this workshop today, we've been able to get representatives from across the spectrum: financial institutions, both domestic and international, private sector companies, international development agencies, as well as government representatives. I'm certain that this would lead to discussions and deliberations which yield insights and recommendations which are inclusive, cohesive, and holistic. As we are all aware of, climate change has become an extremely important point of focus for countries across the world. How we act today will have a huge impact on the future of our world, which we all have a collective responsibility towards. The key is climate consciousness, climate justice, and climate action. To my mind, transport is a very critical and a very important sector in this context, since it accounts for about 14% in total emissions. Within this, road accounts for up to 90% of emissions, and road also carries 80 to 90% of the passenger traffic and over 70% of the freight traffic. This means that our ability to crack the issue of emissions in both road-based freight as well as the passenger segment will vastly bring down the overall carbon footprint of the transport sector. So the potential here is massive. These emissions from the transport sector would only increase over time unless we take concrete, preemptive steps. The main reason for this is that India's urban population size will nearly double between 2018 and 50 from 461 to 877 million. This would be the biggest urbanization movement in the world, and India would be adding close to a Chicago every 2 years. And this would put a huge stress on urban infrastructure, including transportation. However, while introducing electric vehicles are one part of the solution, it is incomplete without two core components. Firstly, a facilitative policy framework and environment, and secondly, a financing framework which is sustainable and brings the total cost of ownership for electric vehicles lower than internal combustion engines. While India is well in its way to achieving its NDC targets with current policies, our ability to achieve this parity would bolster the clean mobility revolution. This would also assume great importance in light of our commitments made at COP26, bringing down carbon intensity of our economy by more than 45% by 2030 and achieving the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2070s. India's urbanization process has just begun, and it's important to realize that the process of urbanization in America was driven by cars. And therefore, you have, in United States, you have over 900 cars per 1,000 people, and in Europe, over 800 cars per 1,000 people. In India, we have only 26 vehicles per 1,000 people. And therefore, as we urbanize, it is very important that we do not adopt the process of urbanization where cities were made for cars and not for people. We need to make our cities for the people, and therefore mass transit and public transport systems are critical, not individual cars. And we need to, our transition from combustion to electric vehicles will not have legacy issues, and it will be easier to transit to electric vehicles. And therefore, we need to create this into a mass movement with support from the citizens and the willingness of the private sector to adapt and our startups to innovate. And these have all been massive pillars of strength for us. We are pushing for electric vehicle sales, and in India, two-wheelers and three-wheelers are very critical. Public transport is critical. And therefore, we have grown exponentially over the past couple of years. We have restructured our faster adoption of electric mobility scheme to ensure that two-wheelers, three-wheelers become cheaper than combustion engines. And we are supporting 9 lighthouse cities with transport systems which will only have electric vehicles. We've seen a sharp increase in electric vehicle sales, and we are very clear that as the cost of battery falls rapidly it has fallen from $1,100 per kilowatt hour to $137 per kilowatt hour, and as it falls below $100, electric vehicle will be much cheaper than combustion vehicles. And therefore, we have floated the biggest tender in the world for electric buses, which is for 5,585 buses, including 135 double-decker buses. And this is the biggest global tender for electric buses in the world. While two-wheelers and three-wheeler electrification has been fast, electric buses, to my mind, are the real low-hanging fruit of the transport market in India. And I believe that our aim should be that after 2025 in India, all two-wheelers and three-wheelers that are sold are all electric two-wheelers. On sheer economic benefit and the total cost of ownership and the initial cost, their prices should fall much lower. And battery swapping is another model that we are pursuing, and within the next 3 months, we'll come out with a policy. It is an alternative model for ownership of electric vehicles, which reduces the upfront cost of vehicle by decoupling the sale of vehicle from battery. At the same time, it also alleviates the need for charging the vehicle at home or public places. Battery swapping policy would provide a comprehensive framework for developing battery as a service ecosystem in the country. And we will notify this in the next 3 months. Our union budget this year has proposed extensive use of public transportation based on electric vehicles and zero emissions or electric vehicles only zones in cities. Along with this, charging infrastructure will be included in harmonized list of infrastructure along with storage solutions. This would reduce the cost of capital for charging infrastructure provided. As I just mentioned, the total cost of ownership parity has been achieved by electric vehicles with internal combustion engine across all vehicle categories of two-wheelers, three-wheeler, passenger vehicles and buses in India. However, there is a huge disparity in cost of finance for electric vehicles compared to their internal combustion engine counterpart. The cost of finance for electric vehicles is in the range of 20-25% because bankers and lenders and financials tell us that electric vehicles do not have a resale price. And therefore, financing for them is at 20-25%, while ICE vehicles get financed at the rate of 8-9%. Particularly, this increases the upfront acquisition cost of electric vehicles. The future of mobility in India is one in which clean, connected and shared is our future, and it's very important to ensure that financing is critical, which should reduce the upfront acquisition cost. We also believe that public transport has massive importance. This is why our ability to use innovative and sustainable financial tools, models, and instruments becomes extremely important across all segments, especially public transportation and shared mobility. The World Bank, which is present here today, has proposed a comprehensive solution to ease finance for the uptake of electric vehicles in India, where SBI, also present today, is envisaged to be the program manager, which manages the whole program, including strengthening the ecosystem, building pipeline, issuing guarantees, monitoring and supervising credit risk exposure, and managing claim. The program suggests setting up of a first loss risk sharing instrument, which acts as a hedging mechanism for banks in case of defaults of loan on purchase of EVs. This is expected to substantially bring down the cost of financing for electric vehicle buyers. We need more such financial instruments to provide a further impetus to clean mobility. This is why we need to bring states, domestic, and international financial institutions and Indian banks all together, manufacturers and operators all on the same table. We must come up with underlying financing mechanisms which are widely acceptable and, most importantly, sustainable. We must foster shared mobility by leveraging on private shared investments and unlocking financing for electric buses, which form the core of public transportation in our cities and also improve our contracting mechanism. Our overarching aim in India is to balance the need and aspirations of our citizens, improve livability and productivity by improving connectivity, bring down the cost of logistics, and accelerate clean mobility while taking an approach which is climate-centric and sustainable, not just from the environment point of view, but also from a financial perspective. I'm glad that as part of this consultation workshop, we have been able to bring so many stakeholders together. I very much look forward to your suggestions, and we in Government of India and at Niti Aayog are more than happy to be a partner in this effort. This is critical for India. This is critical for climate change. This is critical for the life of citizens, and this is critical for the world. And this is critical for all the commitments that we have all made at COP26. I wish you all the very best and a very successful deliberation.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for this wonderful and insightful keynote address, and also highlighting some of the key activities that the country has done in terms of promoting electric mobility, but also looking at overall decarbonization of transport in general. So thank you once again. We will now move forward, and let me invite Mr. Stephen Koch, Minister and Head of Economic and Global Affairs, Germany, to deliver his special address. Over to you, Mr. Koch.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Mr. Kant, Mr. Agarwal, participants of the workshop, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this important and timely event. Globally, the emissions from the transport sector have continued to increase throughout the last 2 decades. They're currently contributing to 1/4 of CO2 emissions. Global analysis has shown that the highest proportion of these emissions come from road transportation. In Germany, about 20% of CO2 emissions can be attributed to the transport sector. More than half of these emissions come from the exhaust pipe of approximately 41 million registered cars. In Germany, the transport sector is the 3rd largest CO2 polluter after the energy sector and industry. It has to cut its emissions by 48% from 1990 levels by 2030, which corresponds to a reduction from 164 to 85 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually. In India, the transport sector also ranks as the 3rd largest CO2 polluter after energy and the domestic sector. This transport sector is the #1 CO2 emitter. And in addition, the transport sector puts heavy weight when it comes to air pollution. The transport sector is expected to grow substantially, in particular in cities, as Mr. Kant has already pointed out very clearly. Given the large proportions of emissions from the sector, financing decarbonization is unavoidable to achieve the contributions agreed by states parties under the Paris Agreement and the newer targets set by participating countries at COP26 in Glasgow. India is moving towards decarbonization of transportation mainly through electric means, where she has already crossed more than 1 million electric vehicle sales as of today. The transition to electrification of transport in India requires a holistic planning and a robust roadmap for infrastructure augmentation and electric vehicles adoption. It necessitates mobilization of capital and finance towards electric vehicles, assets, and infrastructure. But of course, decarbonizing the transport sector is not only about individual mobility, as important as it is and as popular it will be, but also about public transportation. Because it is very clear that one metro train transporting several hundreds of passengers will always be much more efficient in terms of CO2 emissions, in energy consumption, and also air pollution than several hundred individual passenger cars or 2 or 3 wheelers. Mobilization of capital in India can be made possible through multi-stakeholder collaborations and innovative fiscal and non-fiscal solutions to access low-cost financing. Hence, financial institutions, both national and international, industry players, government bodies, and civil society need to work together. We all need to come together to enable sufficient financing for decarbonizing the transport sector in India. I'm happy to see that the seed of these discussions have been sown under the NDC Transport Initiative project, which is funded under the International Climate Initiative. For more than 12 years, this initiative is one of the major instruments in the field of climate and environment of the German government globally. Also in the European Union, sustainable finance is a core element of the European Green Deal, where public and private investments collectively lead the transformation to a carbon-neutral European economy and society by 2050. In Germany, we want to reach climate neutrality already by 2045. Furthermore, an international platform on sustainable finance has been initiated by the EU to provide a multilateral forum for exchanging best practices on sustainable finance at the global level. If we talk about Germany, the Federal Ministry of Finance is a founding member of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, a coalition consisting of around 60 states whose objective is to anchor climate-relevant aspects more firmly in financial policy. Various initiatives have been undertaken by the German government to finance sustainable measures, such as a €1 billion funding to place Germany as a global player in battery cell production under the European Battery Alliance, a green bond with a volume of more than €10 billion since 2020, financing incentives for electric vehicles and charging infrastructures. Federal government's aim is to make Germany a lead market and top provider in the field of electric mobility. In total, the federal government has provided over €2.2 billion for research and development since 2009. Indo-German cooperation in the field of green transport has a high potential. Germany has always taken pride of its cooperation with India through its bilateral technical and financial cooperation of accumulated €20 billion until 2021. Renewable energy, sustainable economic development, as well as environment and management of natural resources have been the priority areas of our cooperation. And I would also like to add adaptation and gender equality. In 2021 alone, Germany has committed €1.2 billion towards India's initiatives to combat climate change. Of these €1.2 billion, more than 700 million are dedicated towards the energy transition. To promote cooperation between India on various areas of mutual interest, Mitra Ayog and the German government signed a statement of intent in November 2021 to expand cooperation further in the fields of climate action and sustainable development goals, energy, emerging technologies, and agroecology. Already in November 2019, Germany and India formed the Green Urban Mobility Partnership to promote and advance environmentally friendly transport systems in India's cities. Under this partnership, we plan to support India in increasing the utilization of its local public transport and expanding the network. Similarly, under the International Climate Initiative, the NDC Transport Initiative for Asia, Germany seeks to support India in decarbonizing her transport sector. Under this project, and this workshop is part of it, nearly €20 million have been allocated for sustainable mobility projects within the period of 2020 to 2024. I'm glad that GIZ and KfW colleagues are speaking to inform you about further details about available funds. This workshop focuses on the options, challenges, and needs of financing the decarbonization of the transport sector in India. I trust that by the end of this workshop, you would learn about possible and available funds and policies. There are multiple options and a lot of funding to achieve green transport goals. Policymakers will learn about the needs of the transport sector. India has been one of the major cooperation partners for Germany, and we want to continue the strong ties with India by acting together towards climate action. Such cooperation and support from Germany will bolster India in achieving its ambitious 5 climate commitments announced by Honorable Prime Minister Modi at COP26 in Glasgow. We all have a common goal: to secure this planet for our children, grandchildren, and future generations to come. Let us advance towards this goal together. It is good news in that context that the transformation of the transport sector is now taking off. Thank you for your attention and wish you a lot of success with the workshop.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Koch, for highlighting various steps taken by the Federal Ministry of Germany in trying to help India accelerate the whole process of decarbonization transport, as well as how important the NDCTIA component, which is being supported as part of the IKI project, is helping catalyze the whole conversation of decarbonizing transport. Thank you for your wonderful special address. So with this, we will move forward with the session today. And I'm sure Mr. Kant has a busy schedule. He will be leaving us shortly. But I think we have a very strong representation from Niti Aayog, and senior officers from Niti would be continuing to be part of this deliberation. So before we close this session, I would request Mr. Kant, if you have any parting thoughts to share, and then we will move on to the first technical session. Okay, so I think we have lost connection with Mr. Amitabh Kant. But anyways, we'll continue the deliberation forward. And just to kind of reiterate some of the key housekeeping rules, if you have, for people who are participating in this workshop, if you have any questions, and if you're on the WebEx platform, you can type these questions in the chat window. And if you are watching this on YouTube, and if you have any questions to the speakers, then on the YouTube chat window, in the comment section, you can type the questions. What we will do as part of this initiative is that we will kind of collate these questions. And then when we have our technical session starting, we will kind of pose these questions to the speakers, and hopefully we'll get the reply. So that is housekeeping rule number one on questions. The second is that if you're on the WebEx platform, and if you're not participating, if you're not speaking in the session, then my request would be if you could turn off your camera as well as your mic, so that we can save some of the bandwidth, so that people can watch the stream in an uninterrupted manner. And then, so that will be very, very helpful for us to move forward. Okay, so before we go into the first technical session, which is about transport finance ecosystem, a global snapshot, just to give a brief background to this initiative, as I spoke in the beginning. The Forum for Decarbonizing Transport, which is under this banner we are doing this workshop, was launched in October of last year. And the reason for creating this forum was multifold. First was the fact that since if we are really looking at decarbonizing transport, then we have to look at decarbonizing transport, road transport specifically, because if you look at the overall emission from the transport sector, and while the numbers may still be less, as Dr. O.P. Agarwal mentioned in his welcome address, but emission from transport sector is increasing at a very fast pace. In fact, it's the fastest growing sector on CO2 emission. And within that sector, the road transport sector contributes almost 90% of the total CO2 emissions. So it cannot be that we can decarbonize transport sector without decarbonizing road transport sector. And therefore, it is a very priority sector that one has to look at. So that was one. The other objective was that if we are really looking at moving forward towards kind of developing a robust mechanism for decarbonizing road transport sector, then it cannot be done in isolation, because this will require an ecosystem change, and therefore it will include all the relevant stakeholders doing their own bit, so that we can then move towards a low carbon future. So with that in mind, Niti Aayog and WRI India together created this forum, the Forum for Decarbonizing Transport. And the objective of this forum was to meet at a regular interval and bring diverse stakeholders together on a common topic, so that we can discuss, we can deliberate, we can find out the best path forward for either formulating a strategy or developing a business model, so that the decarbonization of transport can move at a slightly more accelerated pace. So since the launch of this forum in October of last year, what we have done was that post-launch, we thought of having the first workshop, and then we had a number of topics to be discussed. And when we're doing this consultation discussions along with friends from GIZ, one of the key issues that emerged out from this deliberation was that if we have to move towards accelerating the deployment of clean technology, then the big question comes, where is the money, where is the investment? And as Mr. Amitabh Kant in his keynote address mentioned, that currently if we are looking at electric vehicle purchase, and then one, due to the resale value or the issue around the technology itself, while a compatible internal combustion engine will get a financing of anywhere between 8, 9, 10%, the financing for electric vehicle would be almost 2.5, 3 times that number. And that is even more kind of scarce if we are looking at slightly smaller form factors like 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. And so if we are really looking at a 2025 scenario where Mr. Khan said we should try to have only electric 2-wheelers or 3-wheelers registration, then the question is, how do we bring down the cost of financing for these vehicles? Because studies from India show that almost 3/4 of the vehicles that are sold, motor vehicles that are sold in India, are sold through some kind of financing arrangement, and it's only a quarter of vehicles that are bought kind of through an outright purchase. So if 75% of the vehicle require some kind of financing, the question is, how can we make this financing competitive with internal combustion engine, and if not more than at least equivalent to a internal combustion engine, so that the uptake would be smooth and also at an accelerated pace. So with that as a background, we thought we will do this workshop, the first workshop, technical workshop, as part of the Forum for Decarbonizing Transport on this topic of financing for decarbonization of transport. And so today, we just concluded the opening session, and we will move shortly towards the session 1, which is on transport finance ecosystem. And we have 3 eminent speakers who will be joining us, who will share their perspective on the global snapshot and what their organization is doing to kind of help accelerate the transport financing in India. Then we'll have a second session, which is on investment in India's transportation sector. And again, we'll have three very eminent speakers joining us from different ministries and government institutions. And they will highlight what kind of investment the respective ministries of Government of India are planning towards or some of the policies or programs that they are developing towards accelerating the decarbonization of transport in India. We have a third session wherein we will be talking about some of the financing instruments that are available and how can those instruments be deployed in kind of accelerating the transport decarbonization in India. And we have, again, three eminent speakers who will be joining us in the third session. And then the last session that we have is an interesting session on, if we are looking at specifically on EV financing, then what are the policy measures that are available to us that can help in kind of accelerating the EV financing in India. So broadly, these are the four sessions that we have today, and we will kickstart these sessions in a bit with the first session that we will have on the interesting topic of looking at a global snapshot on transport financing, which is available. So with this, let me first invite all the speakers of this session, and I will shortly introduce them, and I will request them if they can turn on their video, and then later on they can turn on their camera as well, and their mic as well when they are about to give their presentation. So let me first introduce Patricia Imler, KfW Senior Portfolio Manager for Climate Finance and Mobility in South Asia. Patricia is a mobility and finance expert with a substantial experience in portfolio and execution management and risk analysis. She has an in-depth understanding of mobility solutions, international structured finance, building relationship, connecting people, and also looking at in multiple continents. So she does have a diverse kind of experience in this field. So a very warm welcome to you, Patricia. Thanks a lot for joining. We have the second speaker with us, Mr. Gerald Olivier, who is the lead transport specialist in India for the World Bank. Gerald is a lead transport specialist for World Bank in India. He focuses on developing solutions to enhance urban mobility, achieve sustainable economic integration through multimodal transport, enhance rural connectivity, and achieve safer transport to better serve the needs of India. He also leads the bank's community of practice on transit-oriented development. Great to have you, Gerald, in this workshop. Again, thanks a lot for joining. And then the third speaker we have today is Mr. Sachi Mitra. He's the Director of Public Management, Financial Sector and Trade Division at ADB's South Asia Department. Mr. Mitra has over 15 years of experience and specializes mainly in development finance, policy planning, regional cooperation, and integration, as well as institutional partnership. Prior to taking this assignment, he was the Deputy Country Director for India Resident Mission of ADB. And before that, he was the Deputy Representative of European Representative Office of ADB in Frankfurt. So welcome, Mr. Mitra, and again, thanks a lot for joining. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the first session, and I will request Patricia to make her presentation. And my request would be if you could keep your talk or presentation to 10-15 minutes, so that in the end we can take some questions. and do some clarification. So with this, I'll hand it over to you, Patricia.
Good afternoon and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to speak today. My name is Patricia Imler, and I work as a Senior Portfolio Manager for KfW. KfW Development Bank is the development financing institution that promotes investments and reform processes in developing countries and emerging markets on behalf of our Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development here in Germany. We are mainly involved in the segment of government-to-government lending, and we have a sister company within KfW Group, DEG, that is there to promote private clients as well. And then within the group, we also have a commercial arm called KfW IPEX Bank with the mandate to finance worldwide international export and project finance. Within the group,
Patricia, can you make the slides full screen so that we can see it slightly better? Yeah.
Is this better now?
Yeah, we can still see the slide, but we can also see your notes. So if you can make it. Yeah. Oh.
Now it's good?
Okay, we can go ahead with it. Yeah.
Is it full screen now? I'm sorry, I don't see the screen right now.
No, we can still see the notes.
Oh.
But if not, we can move ahead with this as well. And also, Mr. Koch, if you could stop the video, then we probably get some bandwidth. Thank you. If not, we can go ahead like this, Patricia, no issues.
Yeah? Okay, apologies. Okay. So you asked us to say what our role in transport finance is, and I think the heart of our role is really to promote sustainable transport finance projects because they reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change mitigation comes at a cost, and therefore we are there to provide funding and know-how. Now, looking into major transport finance initiatives in Germany and globally, I think there are three main categories that we can see. And I've brought you three examples from my daily life to explain them to you. The first transport finance initiative that we see in Germany and globally as well is we must avoid or reduce travel or the need to travel to the degree possible. An example for this is that we can more and more work from home and thereby reduce the travel to our workplace. The second transport finance initiative that we see, which I think is the most important, is the shift to more energy efficiency modes. Here I brought you an example from the street where I live, where just all the parking places were abolished, and we now have a footpath and a cycling path instead of the parking spaces. The third finance initiative is to improve the vehicle technology. And here you can see, for example, an electric bus. I think when we think about is a transport finance initiative successful? We often think, have we achieved the target, the figure that we wanted to achieve? Like, have you introduced 15 million electric vehicles, or have we built 1,000 kilometers of railways? What we here at KfW think is very important as well is that the 7 demands of useful services for users shall be fulfilled. This is a principle that was implemented by Jared Walker. And the key idea here is really to put the user into the center, into the heart of all our considerations. Now you can see here on this picture me traveling to my hometown. I'm standing in front of the railway station. And then there is a couple of questions that come to my mind. Like, for example, does the railway take me where I want to go? And when I want to go? Is the railway good use of my time and my money? Can I trust it? And does it respect me? And does it give me the freedom to change my plans? And what we think is that if you can answer all of these questions with yes, then the Transport Finance Initiative will be successful. Here you can see a couple of our global transport financing initiatives across the globe. Our focus is on public transport projects. We also support walking and cycling infrastructure and transit-oriented development, such as, for example, cities of short distances. We are involved into policy-based lending, and we promote intelligent traffic systems. We finance rural roads and long-distance railways, and more is to come. In India, we cooperate on an Indo-German partnership in financial cooperation. We have a long history of working together of over 60 years, and the projects under implementation aggregate to 7.7 billion euros by now. Our annual commitments to our Indian partners equal around 1 billion euro per year. The main fields of our cooperation is, as explained, urban mobility and urban development. And this is always coupled with energy, because when we promote urban mobility, it is very important that the energy that we use comes from renewable sources and that our transport modes are as energy efficient as possible. Here's a snapshot from our green urban mobility portfolio. We finance mainly public transport in India, such as, for example, the climate-friendly modernization of a bus system in Tamil Nadu, the implementation of a metro system in Nagpur, an integrated and green urban mobility system in Mumbai, or an integrated water and transport system in Kochi. In addition to that, there is more to come. The German and Indian government have agreed on a green urban mobility partnership, and going forward, an additional 1 billion euro will be invested in projects. Now, you've asked us to share a couple of cross-country best practices. And here I really wanted to focus on innovative business models because they are very important for e-mobility segments. Now, on the very top of the slide, you can see the classic CapEx model that has been there in transport finance for decades now. In the center of this, there is a state-owned transport undertaking that both operates and owns the assets. A prominent example for this would be the typical metro companies that own rolling stock and also operate it. But now what we see in Germany, in India, and around the globe is that innovative business models come up, such as in India, the OPEX model. Here it is a private company that under a GCC, a cross-cost contract model, both operates and owns the asset on behalf of, and then operates it on behalf of the state transport undertaking. But now a new innovative business model is coming up as well. And this is, again, a state-owned company, a mobility owner. But this mobility owner would only own the assets, and the assets would be operated by someone else. This could be, for example, a private company. It could be also a state-owned company. Today, I have just 10 minutes for my presentation, but we have a couple of mobility owner transactions available to you that we have analyzed from all over the world, from Germany, from India, from Chile, from Norway, for example. In case you are interested, please touch base and reach out to us after this workshop. The best practice of this mobility owner structure that I want to present you today actually comes from India. This is a leading example on how mobility transactions can be structured in an innovative way. Here, the mobility owner is Indian Railway Finance Corporation, the finance arm of the Ministry of Railways. The mobility owner procures and finances here rolling stock and leases the assets then to the Public Transport Authority, Indian Railways. The Public Transport Authority is responsible for payment defaults of the mobility owner, and the Public Transport Authority funds come directly from the Indian state budget. With this mechanism, the mobility owner has a sovereign rating or close in the consideration of most domestic and international financing banks. And the question that I want to ask here and would like to discuss with you, whether this business model that has been so successful here in India and is successful in many other countries in the world, including in Germany, is a business model that could be used for e-mobility projects as well. There are many advantages of this business model. For the mobility owner, there is a limited function to finance and insurance only. The access to financing is very easy, and it is possible to structure the mobility owner, for example, as a special purpose vehicle, and by this way, only one tender can be tendered per financing, which often helps banks to support a transaction. For the operators, and this could be one or could be several, there is the focus on operational excellence without a heavy balance sheet. For the state and the city, there are numerous advantages as well. This mobility owner concept can be implemented faster than a pure PPP, and the state can always control the operators in the short term. The mobility assets can be secured in the long run because the mobility owner always owns the assets. Therefore, if a problem comes up with the operator, the mobility owner can lease the assets just to someone else. This is a transparent cost for operations and assets. And the cost of the financing comes too close to the state pricing level, which is very competitive. In effect, the budget can be reduced to the annual lease rate that the operator would pay. And with this, I conclude my presentation, and I say thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Patricia, for this wonderful presentation. And I'm sure the last case study that you mentioned, the mobility model that you spoke, I think there will be some questions on that as well. But I will come to that later on. Let me first invite our next speaker, Mr. Gerald Olivier, to make his presentation. And Gerald, you have about 15 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, Amit. Just let me check if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. So first, thanks, Amit, and thanks to Niti Aayog and WRI for inviting the World Bank to participate in this important event. I must say that I've always found the series of events organized on the topic very interesting and very timely. So what I would like to do is to share a few thoughts on some of the challenges we see in India, how they resonate with the global perspective, and how we can look at some of the instruments for India as we move forward. First, when we look at, listening to Amitabh Kant's presentation at the very beginning, it's very clear that looking at decarbonization is not something that is looked at from a silo approach. It really is part of a broader equation of a country that is rapidly growing, a country that has many needs in terms of competitive logistics, livable cities, and the like. And as we think about financing for decarbonization, that financing really plays a big role in terms of not only decarbonization, but all of the elements on this busy slide. So I will not go through each item, but I think it's important from a contextual perspective to keep this in mind. Now, the government of India has been very proactive in launching quite a lot of initiatives to meet the future demand, improve accessibility, competitiveness, while considering some of the environmental implication of those changes. So whether you look at improving accessibility, improving competitiveness, shifting to efficient modes, enabling zero emission vehicles, a kind of avoid, shift, improve framework that Patricia was just mentioning, you will find that there is quite a long list of programs that are announced, and so is actually quite sizable in terms of attached to them. But to actually achieve the kind of transition were discussed during COP26, much more will be required in terms of not necessarily financing only, but the thinking through and the implementation of it. So let's go now to a more international level. When we look at the way cities and countries are taking the challenge of decarbonization, you see that they are looking at financing certainly, but financing within the context of a set of regulatory and policy actions. Each of the country will face, a need for capital investment that range anywhere between 1 to 3% typically, and that's just for the capital investment. You also need to invest in renewal. You also need to invest often in operational deficit. So the fact that all countries are faced with this challenge from decarbonization to meeting the other sustainable mobility goal is a clear fact across. And the other thing that we face internationally is that while there is, quite some financing going to the sector is unequal. And unfortunately, the modes that are typically the most important for the decarbonization are relatively underfunded. So that's the case of public transport, which typically fails to collect enough revenue to self-sustain and can become a political hostage when public budgets are defined. Cars are also the impact they have on the environment, the use of space. So essentially, they are getting implicit subsidies from the rest of the system. We also see that a lot of the actions for decarbonization take place at a lower administrative level. City, metropolitan area, state for larger country like India, as much as they do from the national level. And the decentralization efforts, have assigned responsibilities to local governments that are not always aligned with the funding or the expertise required to actually implement those systematically. Last but not least, there is large upfront capital investments that are needed. But aside from the mega cities, the credit worthiness is often a barrier to tap into things like green bonds and the like. So, looking at the global spectrum, we find that cities that are managing to access financing for decarbonization look at reducing the funding gap by creating a fuller ecosystem. It's not only about accessing financing, it's about the institution, the regulation, funding strategy that shows that you will be able to repay, and so on and so forth. Now, when we then look at what it means from an avoid, shift, improve strategy perspective, you will find that there are ways of allocating public funding more effectively than others. To those sectors that are, less costly in a way, but also less revenue producing, like creating active transport networks for walking and cycling, or building up the institutional capacity, improving the planning. This really calls for active public funding that can be supported by development organizations like ourselves or KLW or ADB. For sectors that are more commercial in a way, you start having an opportunity to combine public sources and private resources so that the scale of commercial financing available can be magnified. And that's applicable to, railways, metros, bus transport, as was just presented by Patricia. At the core of it, there is this nexus of the polluters or carbon emitters versus the less carbon emitters. And what we see across is a strong focus on, applying transport externality pricing. So, for example, looking at solutions like increased fuel tax, excise, or parking fees that better capture the impact on the overall public environment created by private vehicle, and use that to support the transition, an accelerated transition towards electric vehicle and the like. So in my country, France, for example, we had a bonus-malus system that really accelerated the transfer of resources from one type of vehicle that was more emitting to another that was less emitting, and try to balance essentially the two so that you would accelerate the transition. Across, people care really about being taxed, and therefore the way the resources are being used after being collected becomes quite important, and needs to be clearly targeted towards green investment that improve, green resilience, inclusive transport, in order for this to be politically palatable. We see a strong focus on also leveraging value creation that comes from compact city development, transit-oriented development, complete street, as a way to support some of the greener investments. So what is clear is that across, long-term impacts need to be carefully assessed from their impact on efficiency, equity, and their ability to unleash innovation. But there is also a big role to play in prioritizing investments that are more efficient. It's very straightforward to invest in very large investments that may not be yielding the same kind of impact on the broader mobility than simpler solutions. Now, in a post-COVID environment, most countries are faced with limitation in the resources, both in terms of financial capacities, but sometimes also in terms of implementation capacity, having been a bit overwhelmed by the past 2 years. And therefore, as one looks at those policies, they pay close attention to ensuring the sequencing is right, so that substitutes exist before pushing out, for example, ICE vehicle. So having done all of the above, an opportunity to start speaking about financing emerged, because you can look at stable sources of funding that allow for accessing markets. Now, I just want to mention that carbon pricing is one of the tools that is emerging more and more rapidly. This is a 2021 map that shows what systems are being put in place in terms of emission trading scheme or carbon taxes across the world. And you can see more and more countries do that with about $50 billion of capital raised, not only for transport, obviously, but across the spectrum. Now, what is interesting is beyond the theory, green transport finance is lagging green energy and renewables. We find that overall the financing of decarbonization has been much stronger in the energy sector than in the transport sector. The right upper corner graph show that overall private and public financing towards transport is only half that of the energy sector. Many governments lack access or track record for commercially borrowing. There are exceptions, but it's still few cities that are able to tap into the global market. From the development side, institutions like the World Bank and other IFIs tend to focus a bit more on the hard infrastructure, the metros and so on, than on a lot of the smaller but also very important investment like walkability, cycling, etc. And that has really an impact as to the pace at which financing can be mobilized for those. And while climate funds are emerging rapidly to support the transition, they are not necessarily entities that arrange for the preparation of programs that are compatible. They are rather looking for ready-made programs. So all of these elements are important because climate financing, as you can see on the right bottom graph, has been fairly limited globally for the transport sector. It was dropping actually up to 2019 and rebounded a bit in 2020. So, the opportunity to think out of the box is going to be quite critical. Now, it really demands new solutions that are going to be, fit for the scale of the challenge that we face today. At the core of it, to start addressing at scale, one needs to deal with, are the projects being presented bankable? Can they secure financing? It's much easier to secure financing for a project that is bankable than one that is not, obviously. But that really comes from a lot of attention to the design and the institutional backing that comes behind it. So the EU, for example, in 2021, introduced a full green taxonomy that defines essentially the terms behind green financing in ways that simplify for investors the understanding of what qualifies or not. For financiers, there is certainly an opportunity to look at how to attract the pension funds and other financiers that are focused potentially on entering transport sustainable investments, but need to see in front of them very clear, well-prepared projects that meet strong preparedness criteria. So, for example, the city where I live now, Bangkok, managed with ADB over the past couple of years to emit green funds to support the green bonds to support the development of their metro lines. And those are examples of scaling up the financing capabilities to tap into markets. Next, we have a big role to play in de-risking the markets in ways that improve the bankability of some of the operations being considered for example, e-buses and electric 2- and 3-wheelers, as I will mention in more detail afterwards. Last, an opportunity to think about pooling a smaller project in a standardized manner so that more financiers can be approached, so that the transaction cost can be reduced. So all of this is important because when you look at the graph on the right, at the top, you will see that the little blue part shows the level of private co-finance mobilization, and it's fairly small across. I mean, this is the co-finance per dollar per MDB, and the blue part shows, anywhere between, 0.4 to 0.42 of private co-finance mobilized. So it's not very big. At the bottom, you also see that the vast majority of MDB financing for LMs for low and medium income countries is still targeted towards investment loans. So those are some of the challenges that one faces when looking at green finance. Now, looking at India per se, we see two examples that I will share with you now. As Mr. Khan mentioned at the beginning, we looked in much more detail as to what was preventing the financial sector from financing, at scale, the electric two-wheelers and the three-wheelers, as well as e-buses. Now, understanding those challenges is important because it defines the cost of financing, and it also defines how the government can intervene and provide resources that are going to be magnified as much as possible based on the instrument used. Through that analysis, we looked at, if a government was investing $450 million of investment across 2-, 3-, and 4-wheeler market, what would be the impact in terms of number of additional vehicles coming to market? And, from the basic use of direct subsidies to the use of wholesale market first loss, discounting, what you found is that the market can be moved by 40% more by using facilities like guarantee facilities and first loss de-risking to commercial banks. So it means that per dollar used, the impact on accelerating the pathway to finance becomes much more significant. So for the 2-, 3-wheeler market, we are designing the facility Mr. Khan mentioned, which account for the fact that currently you have only about 200,000 2-, 3-wheelers sold in 2020, and we expect to see it at least at 10 million by 2030, with a mix of fleet and individuals, and financing needs that are quite substantial over the period, about $43 billion. Now, there is an issue of cost, there is an issue of limited access, because currently only 10% of the transactions are estimated for two-wheelers being financed by banks. And there is a certain number of challenges regarding probability of default and loss given default that need de-risking, essentially. So we are looking at working with a program manager to support through a first loss instrument a number of participating financial institutions, commercial bank, non-NBFCs, and so on and so forth, to support the ecosystem of electric 2- and 3-wheeler financing, whether it's individual, MSMEs, lessors, and aggregator. The impact of this kind of instrument is to both reduce the cost of financing, but also expand the volume of financing available. Likewise, in the bus sector, when we look at the current situation, we see that the bus parity is not quite there yet, even after accounting for FAME subsidies, at least as of 2020. And the trajectory is going in the right direction as battery prices goes down, but the transition could be accelerated. So to do that, we have been looking with the government of India at how to foster a process through which we would accelerate the transition both to shared mobility, buses, as well as electric mobility, e-buses. The question is how to capture the fact that under 50 to 300 tons of carbon emission can be saved when you move from a diesel bus to an e-bus, and how to create economies of scale to accelerate the commercial uptake later on, knowing that the public sector buses are a very small fraction of the total number of buses. So thinking about priming the pump, accelerating the transition along the S-curve. To do that, the first focus is on cities where the program of investment supported by FAME2 is looking at consolidating demand in ways that can create economies of scale, improving the contracting, improving the planning of how those buses are going to be used. Why does it matter? Because if you look at a typical pre-FAME2 situation, you would find that or pre-update of a FAME2 situation that took place back in June, you will find that the cost of running an electric bus, even after subsidies, compared to the revenue, would generate a gap for the public authority of about 29 rupees per kilometer. When you combine, improvement in contracting, scale economies coming from large order with improved planning of service delivery, you can squeeze that gap to 6.5. And when you use a kind of vehicle that were mentioned by KW just before, unbundling, creating solutions that essentially bring a better clarity for investors to come in, you're able to go even one step further and reduce the gap and improve the financial viability. So we are looking at it from the perspective of how do you back those contracts through payment security, as well as how do you create first loss facilities for the banks who participate in backing those contracts. The idea being to accelerate the pathway towards more buses at a lower cost on the road so that the uptake can then be pursued by the private sector. Now, as an IFI, that's my last slide, we are looking at how to support this at a policy level, obviously at financing as well, building the capacity, but really by thinking on how do you unlock the much vaster resources that are available in the private sector, in the commercial banking sector, to become a facilitator, essentially, of the transport transition that I mentioned before. So it requires a different set of thinking in some ways, and you can see a bit more in that paper that I put on the slide. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Gerald, for this wonderful and also very extensive presentation on the World Bank's effort in terms of helping scale up financing for decarbonizing transport. So we have some questions, but we'll come to it towards the end. Let's move forward, and now I would request Mr. Sachi Mitra to make his presentation. Over to you, Mr. Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. And first of all, let me start by thanking Niti Aayog and WRI for giving us the opportunity. I mean, I will not present much of this. I would have some few remarks. I think both Patricia and Mr. Olivier has, laid out the kind of issues very clearly out there. I mean, Patricia and her team and our team have been discussing for the past few months some of these challenges that we are facing in financing some of the e-mobility program. I mean, I'm also thankful for WRI being a knowledge partner in some of our programs in India and also now in the region, in other parts of South Asia. So if I look at the the points that we have been asked to talk about, I mean, if you look at Asia Pacific, we are estimating something around $8.4 trillion of transport financing needed by 2030. Now today we are barely even meeting half of what is required. And then you look at the decarbonization of the transport sector and you add to that and you see the challenge in front of you, just the funding challenge in front of you. Of course, like other development banks, transport is perhaps, if you look at just South Asia, it takes anywhere between 30 to 40% of our portfolio. And in South Asia, it's mostly, if you look at India, it's mostly, we are looking at multimodal urban mass public transport systems. In India, we're working on, and in areas like, supporting metro rails in, say, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, and Jaipur. And in other large, some of the projects that we are there in for example, we have the North-South commuter railway project, which is a large around 2.75 billion project in the Philippines between Malolos and Clark. Similarly, we are supporting the Hanoi Metro. So these are basically, we are focusing on, creating systems, transport systems that are safe, inclusive, and we're focusing basically to create that are low carbon transport modes to help combat the impact of the climate change. Now, in India, we're focusing on two related issues, both logistics as well as transport. because that's, I think, is very important to support the, the logistics, both the policy and the infrastructure. And we have been working actually with the government here on the logistics for last 4 or 5 years. And here on the logistics side, basically, we are supporting the vision that the government has, particularly the Gati Shakti, that was rolled out a few months back, and the key objectives of that. And we're supporting all the pillars out there, particularly on the integration side, the interconnected transport and the other logistics infrastructure, the optimization part, the optimal utilization and synergetic uses of the different logistics, infrastructure, standardization of key regulatory framework, the physical assets and the taxonomy, modernization, particularly the digital transformation, automation and integration, formalization, and last but not the least, also on the logistics side, we're looking at the democratization, which basically focuses on the inclusivity and also meeting the logistic needs of other, not just the transport, but others, particularly on the agri and the MSMEs actually. Because this is extremely important to focus both these sectors together, because if you look today, logistic cost is around 13 to 14%, around 13% of our GDP. And if you look at the, average of some of the developed countries, around 8. So that is extremely important. And, we have worked on looking on how to do the modal shift, for example, to say coastal shipping and inland waterways, shift to railways from the road. And these are extremely important, ones which are a part of the overall ecosystem for decarbonization of the transport sector actually. So because if you consider and you can see that in the post-COVID, that it's not just the freight, but the urban logistics and the related, the transport element of that has become very important to look at it as a holistic and ecosystem as a part of that. So that also we are looking at in India. Now, if we look at all these, and as Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Kant were talking about in the morning, in the first session, in terms of the issues, in terms of the urbanization, the population, and the urban migration, it's extremely important to look at some of the points that both Patricia and Olivia talked about in terms of there are two aspects to it, I feel. One is the financing aspects, but the financing aspect also rests on the institutional and regulatory framework. That's extremely important for us to look at it again when we look at the overall system or the reducing the cost of funding, because unless you have that foundation of institutional and regulatory framework, the financing itself will not work. And here I would like to bring in some of the work that we have done with you actually in Bangalore, for example. I think Bangalore as a city sets an example, the integrated urban transport framework that they're trying to create out there. That makes it much more easier, and they are using some of the instruments that are available within the realms of the public domain actually, and that actually creates an enabling environment for the private sector financing to come in. And here, if you look at it, in fact, the Bangalore Metro project that we have been working along, and WRI has been knowledge partner, as I said earlier, basically there, the whole aim of the government of Karnataka is to shift towards a low carbon transport modes to meet the mobility needs of the city, out there in Bangalore. And there, if you look at it, what are the key part they have done it out there? I mean, this whole, Bangalore Metro is a part of the urban development plan. And there, I think what they have done also, they have worked around to create institutional regulatory framework based on the transit-oriented development actually out there. And that has facilitated creating the, the land value, and the creation and capture of that value. And that makes it much easier if we look at, financing some of these issues. Of course, the underlying that is that, they have also led to an integrated statutory and regulatory framework out there in Bangalore. With the metro system. They have also looked at creating the institutional framework, which leads to the planning and implementation of the mobility in the city, and particularly TOD in particular. And last but not the two important components in setting up a very robust, data management, data capturing system to look at effective planning, and also the capacity building. So those are very important, foundations of any of these public transport systems that we're doing. And that also helps us in better financing, actually, some of these things. Now, 2 or 3 points I would pick up from the points where I think Patricia and Olivia left about. where do multilateral development banks come in actually? And I agree with Olivia. There is a gap between what the multilateral development finance, and I'm talking about both bilateral and multilateral, and the climate finance funds are doing. Climate finance funds are there, but they're smaller in nature. The multilaterals are focusing large on the hard infrastructure, in terms of the investment. Of course, we mean, and there are certain kind of efforts that are taking place to blend it together, so that these can act as kind of a enabler or a catalyst for the private sector to come in actually. But more importantly, I think what is the role of the multilateral together with the enabling policy environment is in terms of, I think, de-risking. I think that's where a major role will come in. And here, I think a couple of points that were raised, and I agree with Olivier, in terms of credit guarantees. I think that's very important because I think these are new technologies where everybody is facing a challenge. And I'll give you an example where we are working, and I think, World Bank is also working, JICA and KfW also working, is the Satat program that is there of the government of India, that is there, which is the basically sustainable alternative towards affordable transportation, which is basically using your municipal waste, using your agri-waste and organic waste to produce compressed biogas as a fuel for sustainable transport. Now, here, when discussing with the vendors, with the lenders, they face challenges because this is new technology, and a major challenge is not on the demand side; it's on the supply side. Because on the supply side, if you look at it on the supply chain side, the issue of the policy in terms of the segregation, collection, and then recycling, that's a very major challenge that comes. Banks who are coming in are not being effectively, able to analyze the risks, the risk premium that should be attached to these new technologies. And that's where I think, where multilaterals or DFIs, including national DFIs, can come in with the initial, work to do de-risk some of the risks that these guys are facing, actually the lenders are facing. And that's, I think, an important role that we all have to play out there. So I think unless we come in to create that market initially, and these are all new markets. I mean, EVs, for example, we talk about, and I think battery swapping policy that Mr. Kant talked about is extremely important. And I'll give you a simple example on the EV side, and you guys are working on it also. I mean, in a ICE vehicle, if the the borrower who's taken a loan from the bank and it defaults and it's taken back, it's there with the lender. But with a EV, actually, where the battery costs around 40 to 50% of the vehicle, it's an extra maintenance for the lenders, and attaching that default rate to that becomes very difficult for the lender out there. And that's where I think we need to bring in the international experience of other countries where they're ahead on the curve to how they have done the risk pricing of these kind of different kind of instruments. So those are the areas I think where we can. So IFIs together have a role, particularly in initial phases, particularly de-risking it, and then together with the other sources of finance, can we lower the cost of funding initially to create and strengthen this market, which allows the private sector to come in. So those are my initial remarks, and we can come back later for more discussions. Thank you, Mr. Bhatt.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mitra. So maybe a follow-up question, maybe we'll start with you. So when we are looking at kind of financing for decarbonizing, and you said financing should also flow from the institutional regulatory framework, then would it be right to say that we also need to have maybe some kind of framework for overall decarbonizing transport, which in turn will lead to the financing aspect of it?
Absolutely. I think you've touched a very important point because, and I think, though road transport makes the bulk of it, but you also have along with that the other modes of transport. And we need, and also the other related logistics infrastructure to support that. And we need to have that integrated framework, institutional framework, the regulatory framework to do that. That will help in facilitating the financing of the development pathway of decarbonization actually in a much more efficient manner, as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mitra. So one question to you, Patricia. You mentioned about a case example about doing a project with IRFC, and then you mentioned it is slightly different from PPP. So can you elaborate a little more about the model and how it differs from a usual PPP project?
So PPPs comes in all sizes and shapes. So it's always hard to define what a PPP model is. I would argue a mobility owner, or as World Bank says, fleet aggregator model is a PPP model as well. But it comes with a very defined role of the state. As you saw in the IRFC model, the payments to IRFC are part of the union budget. There is a letter of comfort coming from the Indian government to IRFC, and there is a clearly defined role between IRFC and Indian Railways. The whole operational risk and operational excellence lays with Indian Railways and not with the mobility owner. And I think that's the main difference to a classical PPP model where all the risk and all the excellence would be with the operator.
Thanks a lot, Patricia. So Gerald, you mentioned a little bit about the first loss guarantee scheme that you are working. Can you elaborate a little more? One, is it with at a national level or is it a subnational level? And if so, are there any priority geographies to look at?
Okay, thank you. So yes, let me elaborate a little bit, and I will start by saying that when we look at it, we really focus a lot on the probability of default and the loss given default. It's important because, as was just described, by Sabi, there is certainly a notion that probability of default is still a little bit unknown because the technology is new. But what you know is there's no secondary market yet for either the battery or the vehicle, and therefore, because there is a lot of uncertainties, bank consider that is going to be a very high level of loss. And the combination of probability of default and loss given default being so high on both sides means that they need to pre-price it. So part of the reason why the prices are so high, the 20-25% you were raising, is not that the bank are trying to, skim the milk, is that they don't know and they are taking risk that they are not familiar with. And until those markets have been de-risked, by having more experience, having secondary market, having warranties, having etc., then the prices are high, right? So I wanted to mention that first because it's something that as a transport specialist getting into the finance world, I kind of realized as we were really going deep inside. And one of the big challenges is how long it takes to recoup your money if you need to liquidate. It takes a very long time. So my borrower is defaulting, and then it's 1 year later that you get the money back as a bank. Well, during that 1 year, the vehicle depreciation has been massive, and you may not been able to even monetize it any further, right? So all of these things is why you have a high price. So I just wanted to start with that. Now, the facility we are discussing now would be national, and the idea would be to provide a first loss guarantee at a level that is still being, we are going through market testing, etc. But something 20 to 40% of first loss guarantee for the loans undertaken by those participating commercial bank and NBFCs, providing that they take a certain number of de-risking measure upfront, right? It's not to say whatever you do, you will get money, but rather, okay, these are ways we have found can de-risk and create those secondary market, reduce your probability of default, reduce your loss given default from the KYC applied by financial fintech companies to modalities that ensure that a vehicle, if there is a default, for example, on a three-wheeler within a fleet, can be transferred to another three-wheeler operator, which reduce the loss given default. So by looking at those measures in an integrated manner, we expect to see that de-risking to take place. It would be national, and what we are contemplating is also the possibility of state to say, oh, we want a little bit more in our state, but we don't want to recreate from scratch a full system. And therefore, can we piggyback essentially on all the controls that are being put in place to extend, an additional, interest subsidy or whatever that may be relevant within the policy of that given state.
Thanks a lot, Gerald. Very, very interesting to know about this national level scheme that you're working. I think very, very exciting. So one question we often keep getting, and we got this time around, and maybe all three of you can respond, is while most of the MDBs work closely at a national or subnational level, there are a lot of private sector entrepreneurs or companies which are looking at some kind of low debt financing to kind of help accelerate decarbonization of transport through EV and other technologies. So are the MDBs like yours open to supporting a private institution as well?
Yes, of course. I mean, I can just kick off, and maybe Patricia. Go ahead, Patricia, please. Go ahead, Patricia.
Okay, sorry, Sabi, I didn't want to interrupt. So for KfW, our main mandate is government-to-government lending. But of course, we would be able, same as World Bank, by financing a credit line that would then be there for private companies. We would be there to set up a fund from which private companies can draw equity, and that's what we do. As regards to direct cooperations with private companies in the e-mobility segments, in particular startups, our sister company, DEG, is really the key arm that would target and help and promote that segment.
Thanks, Patricia. Maybe we'll start with Mr. Mitra.
Thanks, Mr. Bhatt and Patricia. Yes, of course, like World Bank, we also have a private sector operations department, and they do directly, do transactions with the private sector, and, including, for equity participations, debt, and others. So there are a lot of instruments, including credit, partial credit guarantee, and other products that they have. So they will be happy, and if you are interested, I saw some comments in the chat, I will be happy to connect them with you.
Yeah, Gerald, any? Yeah.
Yeah, I think from the World Bank perspective, we have all come to the realization that even though we are all big banks, we are all very small compared to the size of the challenge. So the only way forward is to leverage as much as possible, the private sector, the commercial lending to the private sector, and actually think about the three buckets. The one where nobody is going to finance except the government, the active mobility, regulation, etc. The second is the one where you shift resources from the polluter to the non-polluter. So that's kind of the malus bonus example. And then the third one where with a little bit of nudge, it can be commercially viable. And actually, instead of financing buses, finance that nudge that is required, finance it efficiently so that the private sector is going to bring you the resources that are required. I mean, that's kind of how we are looking at the market, because this is actually the only way there will be enough resources in the system to address the scale of a challenge that we are faced with.
Thanks a lot, Gerald. Maybe one question again, it often keeps on coming, and then based on your presentation today, is most of these financing that is done by the MDBs are in the hard infrastructure space, a slightly kind of capital intensive project. But a lot of cities need some smaller interventions, like creating sidewalks or even reimagining streets, maybe doing a bike path. Can those projects also be kind of financed, maybe at a subnational level at scale? And if so, what's the thought process of going ahead on looking at some of these projects? So maybe we'll start with Gerald, then Patricia, and then come to Sabi.
So absolutely, I think there is a string called complete street programs, for example, where we are supporting, for example, Chennai in the first phase of their complete street program, and the challenge is that it's actually much easier to finance a big metro project than it is to finance a complete street program, because fewer contracts, fewer resettlement issues, fewer blah, 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 right? So part of the reason why government comes to us for the big project is first they are looking for the big money, but also in terms of contract complexities, in terms of resettlement complexities, they are typically a bit easier to handle. So the only thing I would mention though is like ADB is doing in Karnataka, increasingly we are looking at how the entire sector gets funded, and how the allocation at the state level, city level, cover appropriately those smaller programs, because that may be a better way to actually implement those smaller programs to make sure that, you know, walkability, cycling, etc., have the proper allocation in the budget and the proper standards and the proper guidelines and the proper mechanism to implement interagency becomes, you know, something that can be part of the institutional strengthening I was describing earlier, as opposed to just, you know, sending a check for this to happen, which may not be the most effective way, actually, in the long term to transform the cities.
Thanks, Gerald. Patricia?
To what Gerald says, for us as a development finance institution, our main target is really the big infrastructure projects, and that's what the Indian government asks us to finance largely. But I do agree with you, Amit, that of course these little projects in non-motorized transport are incredibly important, and a big metro company can never be successful without good footpaths and good cycling trails and a good infrastructure next to the metro stations. And of course, KfW thinks that is very important as well. As we cannot finance these projects one by one because volumes are just so small, we have set up result-based and policy-based lending to be of help. For example, we are working with our partner of the French company AFD on a program called Cities that would then be there to support Streets for People, Cycle for Change, all these wonderful initiatives that require small volumes of financing, but a lot of input in terms of capacity building, design thinking, user friendliness, as explained later.
Thanks. Exactly the point that I think what Patricia and Gerald were talking about. In terms of, you know, two ways of looking at it. One is, you know, when you have these projects like a, you know, a metro project, it has to be, if it is embedded in the overall urban development plan, you know, then you can fit in these various elements out there. You know, it's much easier to do that actually, you know, rather than picking it as a small project. But I completely agree with you. It's a similar thing that you see with industrial parks. And if you remove it away from urbanization, if it is not supported by urban agglomeration, you see the urban sprawl out there. And similarly, if your urban transport is not supported by these elements that you're talking about, you will have a similar kind of, which we see in many cities across the world. You have a very good metro system, but you come out, there is not a public transport, there are not connectivity, walkways and cycle paths and others, which leads to the whole, you know, defeat of the whole, you know, system actually. So it has to be a part of the overall planning institutional framework and embedded in the, you know, urban development frame.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for this wonderful insight. I think with this, we have come to the end of this session, and I would once again like to thank all the eminent speakers for this session. Patricia, Gerald, and Sabyasachi, thanks a lot for taking your time, sharing your insight, as well as kind of activities and efforts that you are pursuing to help facilitate a kind of a greater scale of decarbonizing transport in India. So once again, thanks a lot for your time and speaking to us, and also taking some of the questions that came from the participants. So once again, thank you to the speakers, and we will now move to our next session.
Thank you, Amit.
Great. So the next session today that we have is about investment in India's transportation sector. And in this session, we are going to hear three eminent speakers as well this time around, who would be talking from their perspective on what they are planning as in terms of the policies or in terms of the program on looking at the decarbonization of transport in the country. So let me introduce to the speakers for this session. And we have Mr. Amit Mehta, who is the Joint Secretary at Department of Heavy Industries under the Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises. We have Mr. Sudhendra Kumar Bagde, who is the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And then we also have Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, who is the Senior Specialist Infra Connectivity at Niti Aayog. So before we start the program, we will request the speakers to join the call by turning on their video, and then when we start, we will request them to turn on their mic as well. So let's give a minute for the speakers to join the call. Yeah, so I can see Abhishek Agarwal has joined online. Thanks a lot, Abhishek. We are just waiting for some of the two guests to join as well. Okay. So this session, we are going to hear from three speakers on their outlook towards investment in India's transport sector. As I said earlier, we have three speakers in this session. We have shortly Mr. Bagde will be joining us, who is the Additional Secretary in the Department in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And then we have Mr. Amit Mehta, Joint Secretary at Department of Heavy Industries. And we'll be hearing from these three eminent speakers on India's investment in the transportation scenario and what's the thought process around looking at the decarbonization of transport. So maybe we'll start with Mr. Abhishek Agarwal first, because I think the other two speakers are in the process of joining the call. But nevertheless, we can kickstart the session. And over to you, Mr. Abhishek.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Just a moment, let me share my presentation.
Sure.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bhatt, for giving me this opportunity to showcase what is really happening in the Indian scenario. I won't take much time in delving into what the previous session speakers have already said. I'll take it right from there further. So let's start. Sorry. So let's just say start with the discussion on. Sorry, just a moment. Yeah. So let's just say start with the discussion on the share of mobility in case of GHG emissions in India. Globally, it is 19%. In case of India, it is slightly more rather than slightly less actually. The 19% global share of GHG through mobility actually excludes the component of the infrastructure sector, which is captured under the industry head. So if we take both of these headings together, probably we are looking at something around 24 or 25% of GHG emissions from the transport sector. And predominantly, this emission comes in the form of carbon dioxide and a little share in terms of nitrous oxide as well. Now, if we look at how India is doing right now, so in case of India, the mobility per se by itself is having approximately 22% of the emission share. And if we add the construction sector, because India is extensively investing in the infrastructure as well, then the industry component adds up to another 5 to 6%, which brings the total to about 26% of the emission. Now, what is interesting is that today, this particular emission is distributed in terms of 45% from the logistics side and 55% from the passenger side. Now, if we look at the share of modes, we all know India is very skewed towards the road sector. Predominantly, 65% of the traffic moving on road as on day is 55% of the total inter-regional traffic is actually moving on road, whereas 85% of the total passenger traffic, which includes your short trips also, not the very short neighborhood trips, but trips between, say, a city and its urban, peri-urban region also, then it is about 85% by road. Now, what is particularly interesting is that as we are focusing more and more on the passenger transport side, the share of logistics in the emission is overall increasing day by day. This is further complicated by the fact that the urban population per se is going to double by 2050, but the estimated logistics movement in the country is actually going to become 5 times by 2050. So the problem is probably much higher in near future when we talk about the logistics sides of GHG emissions. Let's have a quick look at how we can decarbonize this entire process. Like in the starting, O.P. Agarwal sir mentioned that decarbonization is not limited to one particular intervention or one particular sector. So we have to look at it from a very holistic perspective, which is we have to look at the actual rolling stock and vehicles that are there. We have to look at the infrastructure components that are there, whether it is roads, airports, ports, inland waterways, railways, logistics services, or even for that matter, the power sector, generation, distribution, transmission systems that are there. We have to look at the technological interventions that are rapidly changing on how these two are behaving. So probably we are going to talk about alternative fuels. We are going to talk about project life cycles. We are going to talk about upfront investment in infrastructure as well as alternative fuels, like our previous speakers said. Now, we have already discussed the passengers and the logistics part of it. Now, like Patricia mentioned in her presentation, that minimizing trips is one of the most important aspects that we need to focus on. So as part of this presentation that I'm making, we will be having a quick look at minimizing the trips component as well. We will be quickly discussing the financing mechanisms, the limited resources that we have, and how we are undertaking the prioritization of these limited resources for investing both in infrastructure as well as the vehicle sector. Goods and people movement pattern is something which is sort of we are working on building a continuous live real-time database so that our decisions can be improved with every passing moment, so that if I'm moving from point A to point B, I'm aware that this is the traffic, this is the modal share that is going to be there. Now this has to be done probably at a level of national hierarchy as well, say Delhi to Mumbai, as well as at a level of, say, regional hierarchy, say Delhi to Meerut or Delhi to Faridabad or things like that, and a level of the local movement as well, say within Delhi itself as well. So if we look at the technological, the rolling stock part of the vehicles, I will not discuss this particular aspect in very much detail because I believe DHI and MoHUA are also going to talk about these aspects. I'll just highlight the fact that approximately $1.2 trillion of investment is expected to be there in the form of new rolling stock. Now, when I say new rolling stock, I mean every single sector that is there. Now, as part of this, these graphs, so these are basically made based on the India energy security scenario, which is developed by NITI Aayog. The most likely scenario as part of the 4 scenarios available there, we call it the scenario number 2. As part of this, what we can clearly see is the share of logistics-based vehicles is drastically increasing over a period of time. So we just don't need to focus on financing the urban mobility or those aspects of vehicles. We also need to equally focus on the share of logistics vehicles and how we can decarbonize these particular vehicles. Again, the share of railways is constantly less than 10% in the entire scenario. The maintenance is roughly 1% of this entire investment on annual basis throughout the lifetime of these vehicles. Now, what is particularly interesting is when we keep talking about e-mobility or we keep talking about metros or BRT systems and all these aspects, we need to focus on the fact that the mass rail transit systems or the mass rapid transit systems, they need a minimum threshold quantity of movement that is going to happen on them. So if we have a metro system, but we are actually utilizing only 10% of that existing metro system, we are probably not prioritizing our investments correctly. We are not making the full utilization of the benefits that that particular system can offer. So what we need to look at is probably TODs and systems which are more suitable for different kinds of cities. Probably a city does not have traffic adequate for a metro. We should prefer to go for a BRT or a bus transport system there. This is further compounded by the fact that the total interventions that we are looking at purely again rolling stock component of passengers is $360 billion rupees in the next 5 years. The FAME 2 offers 10,000 crores. The MoHUA grant for buses is going to offer roughly around 17,560 crores. And this is further aggravated by the fact that roughly around 26 to 27,000 crores on annual basis is being put into metro systems, which we are not sure of whether they will be having adequate traffic or not. Probably we need to come up with a concept wherein for every 100 rupees that we are investing into a metro system, probably we have a figure, say 10%, 20% or 25% that we are going to focus on the bus transport systems, which is more suitable for the smaller cities that we have in India. Now, coming to the network synergies where we are missing. So most of the trips that are happening in India are still, direct trips. We are not able to leverage the hub and spoke concept of the trip patterns in India. So again, like Patricia mentioned, we need to reduce the number of trips that are there, whether it is public transport, whether it is passenger transport, or whether it is logistics. And pretty much, if we look at the European system in both cases is predominantly on this pattern. In the Indian scenario, we are still at this stage. Although it does not mean that we are not making any interventions, we have already initiated our interventions to move India from this current situation to this particular aspect. Now, how do these interventions figure? If I specifically talk about logistics, because most of the people here are going to talk about urban transport and passenger transport, I'll slightly focus a little bit more on logistics. There are two major components that we look into. One is the infrastructure and one is the logistics component or services part of it. Now, we need to realize that any service, any rolling stock will work efficiently only when the infrastructure part of it is addressed. So if I have infrastructure in place, parallelly, if I develop the services sector or the rolling stock sector, then it will follow like a deferred life kind of a concept. You put infrastructure, you immediately follow it up with the service and the actual rolling stock sector. So it's extremely important that we put the infrastructure into place first. Now, the challenge in putting infrastructure into place first is it is very, very high upfront investment. Secondly, we really are resource constrained. So we need to know the production consumption patterns, the movement pattern of people, essentially this spatio-temporal analytics for emphasizing that this is the priority where we have to lay our infrastructure first. Whether we are talking about battery vehicles, battery charging stations, whether we are talking about road, railways, dedicated freight corridors, metros, bus transit systems, any infrastructure, it has to follow that particular aspect. Another key challenge is that you have multiple stakeholders, right from the hierarchy of national to the lowest government level. Each of these stakeholders, they have certain sort of monitoring mechanism, certain sort of databases that they are maintaining, more so at the national level and less as we go down the hierarchy of the government. The monitoring mechanisms weaken, but yes, in some form they do exist there. The idea is that you need to bring in platforms which are able to bring all these databases onto a common data environment, something like we are attempting with the ULIP, which is Unified Logistics Interface Platform, wherein the 9 ministries with their roughly around 19 data capturing points are right now are already integrated, and we are now in the phase of utilizing this information in the form of analytics for improving our infrastructure decisions. Now, coming back to infrastructure decisions. So it's like having this information of where our infrastructure lies is extremely important to decide on prioritization of infrastructure. So at NITI, we undertook this particular mapping of where exactly these different infrastructures are located. This is also reflected as part of the Gati Shakti portal. And through this mapping, what we realized is that Indian infrastructure is quite well spread out, still not able to leverage the hub and spoke network synergies. So we have industrial hotspots in India, which are roughly around the size of say 5 to 10 kilometers distance. So we have a lot of short hauls which are happening in case of logistics, probably up to say 50 kilometers and not more than 200 kilometers. So we need to focus on how we can decarbonize those short hauls when we talk about logistics per se as well. As I said, we need to look at the entire hierarchy right from the India level to the lowest neighborhood level. So we have a plan at India, National Master Plan. We come up with a state spatial strategy or something. At a state level, this needs to be backed up with a district level plan, which integrates your actual urban logistics, urban mobility, urban land use planning together into one common plan, feeds into the hierarchy of towards the national plan, as well as guides your last neighborhood investments that are going to happen. Why these neighborhood investments are important, I'll come to that slightly later in the presentation. Coming back to the major interventions for modal shift, like again, Patricia mentioned that we need to ensure that the modal shift is there from a relatively less reliable or relatively less efficient mode to a more efficient mode. One of the focus areas that we are doing in terms of logistics, again, is we are developing 40 multimodal parks across 35 locations in India, and roughly about 400 rail terminals, which are slightly smaller, come at a slightly lower hierarchy compared to these logistic parks, with 100 in phase 1. Now, 3 of these logistic parks are expected to start construction in this financial year, and 100 of these rail terminals are expected to be set up within the next 3 years. Now, what does this transpire into? All of this will transpire into roughly 30% of increased rail share from the existing 26%. This 26 to 30% will result in an annual logistic cost savings of 0.03% of GDP. If we are bullish on it, if things happen the way we are thinking it happens, probably we are going to touch a figure of 36% of rail share in freight transport, with roughly gains of 0.13% of GDP, which are going to be there. Now, the catch is that all these gains are essentially going to be over a period of 15 to 20 years. The investments that we are planning, which is to the order of $1.48 trillion, or in Indian terms, Indian rupees 111 lakh crores, are planned out in the form of national infrastructure pipeline over the next 5 years. Now, 50% of these investments are actually regional in nature, which is they are about connecting two cities or connecting longer distances, or they are having an impact of setting one investment at one location, but they are having an impact probably at a district level or at a regional level of that nature. 17% are localized, specifically in urban and rural areas. Balance are distributed at very small locations, but pan-India basis. Interestingly, of this whole catch, roughly 40% of the entire investment is going to come only in the transport sector. Another 24% is going to come only in the power sector. Now, this needs to be understood that this investment is not all going to be at the national level. It is going to have a share of the state component as well. So 39% of the investment is envisaged by the center, roughly 40% by the states, and roughly 21% is envisaged to be mobilized by the public-private partnerships or the private sector for these particular aspects. What is particularly important to note is that other than railways, all the other three traditional sectors, which is basically the road transport, the air transport, and the marine transport, they generally tend to attract very high private sector investment ratios, something to the order of 35 to 40% of the total investments that are envisaged. So we need to ensure that these are leveraged, these are not let gone. Plus, at the same time, the investments in railway sector are supported by increasingly more private sector investments that are going to come into picture. One good thing that National Infrastructure Pipeline has led to is that it has led to increased development priority zones or a node-based development that is happening in the country. These are spread across the 26 states and across 20 different sectors of opportunity, with, as I said, transport sector having the highest share of projects that are envisaged. The current financial year's budget, which was recently announced, accounts for almost 35% of the total expenditure of the budget going into capital assets creation. Now, this 35% is involving roughly 15% by a direct support of capital budget and grants, and another roughly 15 to 15% by the resources of the public sector enterprises. But this does not mean that everything is perfectly fine with us. We have certain challenges. The challenges vary from intersectoral coordination to challenges of project preparedness, land acquisitions, clearances, investment priorities, planning the timelines, prioritization of projects, and things like that. We don't have capacities of developing these projects or even thinking or planning out interventions in terms of rolling stock or service-oriented aspects and these and four. One of the most important thing here that we can see is that if we talk about decarbonization and we talk about the plans of railways coming in and setting up projects on decarbonization, then they have a very long distant pipeline, which is probably 31, 41, 51, things like that. If we compare this with how roads is going about, which takes less than 3 years to construct one typical project and put it up and running, what this translates is a challenge in shifting from road-based transport to rail-based transport. So we really need to pull up our socks and ensure that the rail-based transportation is coming up, say, in another 5 years or 10 years down the line. And the focus has to be on that side, especially from the logistics perspective. If we talk about that not being possible, we have to think on ways which are parallelly addressing the challenges of buses, short hauls going on alternative fuel models. How we finance them, how we have to address those aspects is something that we are looking forward to inputs from you all right now. Now, looking at these challenges, how are they manifested? They are manifested throughout the life cycle of a project, whether we are talking about a battery charging station or we are talking about a logistic park or a port project or even a DFC corridor. They are right throughout the start of the project concept, right up to the design, development, construction, commissioning, and then operations and maintenance of those particular projects. For this purpose, we have something called risk registers, which are partially addressed as part of your model concession agreements or the model agreements that we have here. And we also have certain technological interventions. Now, one aspect that we have realized over a period of time is what World Bank also keeps saying is that you have to parallelly keep investing in infrastructure governance, because that really takes up the penny that you are investing in actual hard infrastructure to an altogether different level in terms of its effective outcome. Secondly, the maintenance aspect cannot be neglected. The maintenance, if we are investing into maintenance, although just roughly 20% over the entire project life cycle, it really improves the entire life of the project, and the overall life cycle cost gets drastically reduced. So these two particular aspects are something that we are increasingly now focusing on. They are now almost mandatory for all the projects that are being appraised through Niti Aayog, through the ministries that are coming to Niti Aayog. Infrastructure governance part of it. Gati Shakti, we are all aware, it's one of the most robust initiatives in ensuring infrastructure governance. It has 6 pillars. I'm not going into too much of detail. We all have been hearing a lot about it. If required, we can have a separate session for more detailed discussions on this particular aspect. It focuses on comprehensiveness. So we have roughly 22 ministries across 19 different sectors. It focuses on prioritization of projects. If we need to take a decision in terms of geography, in terms of sectoral competition, in terms of sectoral complementary nature, then those prioritizations are being done through this system. It focuses on optimizing the processes in terms of appraisals, in terms of ensuring that there are no cost and time overruns. It focuses on synchronizing the entire process by better coordination, getting the issues solved right at the first stage, rather coming up later once we have already invested some money and figuring out that, oh, we have done something wrong and now it's very difficult to go back. It's also creating a database of all this information together with the ULIP platform to dynamically leverage this entire information in better decision making. This is ably supported by an outcome and output monitoring framework, which is in place since 2017 in India. Now, every single scheme, every single program that is there by the government of India of a central sector scheme is going through this particular process, wherein we are focusing on the actual outcomes achieved by a particular project. The benefit is that we are able to do course corrections midway through a program as well as towards the end of a program. One of the prime examples is the difference that we see in the FAME 1 and FAME 2 that has come there. This has to be adequately backed with the monetization of the assets which are existing there. So we have some assets, they need regular maintenance. We have some new assets which are going to come up in near future. The existing assets are a good source of generating revenue or monetizing these, which can be plowed back into the cycle for generating new infrastructure as well as maintaining the existing asset base. So this particular asset monetization is also a priority of the government. We have a pipeline called National Monetization Pipeline, roughly around 20 lakh crores of target in the next 3 to 4 years. We have tried to work towards models like NVETs, TOT, toll operate transfers, which are basically, NVETs are basically to attract your patient equities into infrastructure sector on well-ripe risk cleared projects wherein we have already figured out what the risks are. risks have already been managed. Those TOTs are the ones wherein you have already developed the concept and now you are just sort of, mobilizing your financial resources upfront for further investments. This is being adequately backed by the private sector investment in terms of ensuring that no new projects are going to be done on item rate, material rate, or labor rate contracts. They are all going to have a fixed cost and time component. So minimum EPC has to be there. More preferably, a HAM or an annuity approach has to be there. Now, it's not limited to sector of road, which had been doing it since 2016. Now, this approach has started moving into other sectors as well. There, ideally, we are pushing for all the projects to go in on BOT or an SPV mode, wherein we are also integrating the value capture finance concept. If we talk about resilience, India has a lot of disasters which are happening, and the impact is not only in terms of destruction of infrastructure, in terms of damage and reinvestment into those infrastructure, it's also in terms of how people are moving. We have roads which completely stop functioning for a period of 12 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours, or maybe sometimes weeks. So we are increasingly focusing on resilience aspect, whether it is in terms of digital connectivity, whether it is in terms of low carbon transition, whether it is in terms of private capital, getting into more disaster resilient infrastructure generation or employment generation or things like that. This is equally backed up with technological interventions that we are looking at. For example, if I take the road sector, then NHAI has been collecting tolls for the past 20 years. Now it is all digitized. So we are now leveraging this information for better prediction of traffic for future. What this has facilitated us is we have improved interest from the private sector in financing road projects. This clears up substantial amount of money that the government needs to invest in infrastructure, and in return the benefit is gained by schemes like FAME or say bus procurement support or metro support kind of projects. We are also increasingly leveraging GIS. We are increasingly leveraging remote sensing. Now it is mandatory for all road projects, and soon it is going to be mandatory for all rail projects to utilize drones and lidar for their alignment designs, so that most of the challenges are addressed upfront. We are also talking about network survey vehicles, safety audits. Material recycling is increasingly gaining traction, especially in the road sector at national level, which is national highways and expressways. There are estimates which are saying that roughly 40 lakhs to 1 crore rupees per kilometers will be saved by utilizing the material recycling initiative, especially with the lead distance for aggregate requirements increasing day by day, and in certain cases we are facing a 200-300 kilometer of lead distance in these sectors. We are there. It is now mandatory to use fly ash and geosynthetics wherever possible as part of road projects. So these are again some of the decarbonization interventions that we are also focusing on. Now, how do we finance these? Now, interestingly, OECD did a study wherein it said that 86% of the entire capital of OECD countries is housed within the buildings and the land. In case of India, we don't have a figure, but we are pretty sure it is higher than this. The challenge is, in case of India, unlike the European countries, the entire constructed area of the country is less than 4%, and less than 1.2% of this area is actually the urban component. Now, looking at the kind of values that the urban component provides in terms of GDP, we can safely assume that most of this value which is generated by our infrastructure investments is locked within urban or peri-urban areas. Now, this value needs to be unlocked. How you can do it? There are 18 different ways that the World Bank recommends. These 18 different ways are categorized under roughly four major heads by the OECD. we need to look at which is the best way for each ULB, each state to go forward. It's not like that each state or each ULB can take up any of the 18 ways. We need to understand that how much of this land value capturing can share in terms of contribution to infrastructure as well as decarbonization of transport. We have heard that in case of Hong Kong, almost 40% of the metro system is funded because of the land value capture part of it. The collection of this whole land value capture needs to be looked at. We are very poor in terms of property taxes collection, barring certain cities. So we really need to look at how we can improve the land value capture and sharing mechanism in other cities as well. So the collection, who collects, when to collect, how much to collect, all those parameters need to be worked out. Now, the biggest challenge is that these collections are going to be at the ULB level, but most of the interventions, they are going to happen in terms of investments by the state or by the center. So it's highly important that the sharing between the ULB, state governments and center needs to be defined in these particular cases. So these are some of the aspects that NITI is already focusing on. We are in discussion with the ministries for this particular, with the states for this particular aspect of financing. Another aspect that we just recently realized is that we are losing 1 in 5 days in just information sharing at a project level. And now this is very different from what we are talking about Gati Shakti. This 1 in 5 days of loss at the project level manifests itself in the form of loss of information from stage to stage of each project. So I generate some information at the design stage, I lose a substantial part of it at the construction stage, which is lost during the actual commission and handover, and then it is lost during the operations phase. So we are now focusing increasingly on adoption of building information modeling as an approach. What we understand is that this can work throughout the core phases and has a potential of addressing 20% of cost and time savings only at the construction stage itself, with many more intangible benefits over the project life cycle. Now, considering that construction sector has 9% of the share in GDP, we are probably talking about a huge amount of money that is going to be saved, which will result in 1 to 2.5 million job generation in this sector. The best part being that BIM is software agnostic and it is also sector agnostic. So we are now motivating all the major line ministries and all the major state line departments to adopt this particular concept and ensure that this particular savings are available with them. We understand that this will have a major impact on how we are going to finance our decarbonization of transport sector. Last but not the least, we have been listening to Oliver as well as Dr. Mitra about the credit guarantee part of it. Recently, South Pole, Swiss-based agency, consulting agency, and SDC, the Switzerland Development Corporation, they came to us and indicated that the first loss is one part of it. What they have analyzed in the Indian scenario is a second valley of death that is increasingly becoming common in especially the clean tech market, and e-mobility accounts for almost 30% of the cases in the second valley of death. Now, this is something which Switzerland had also faced earlier, that's what we are told, and it was backed up with a credit guarantee scheme to the creditors who are giving a first loss guarantee to the actual investors. So we are actively actually exploring this particular aspect of credit guarantee to determine how the issue of the first loss as well as the second value of death can be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this comprehensive presentation, Abhishek. Very, very interesting. We have some follow-up questions, but I think we'll take it towards the end. Let me now invite Mr. Sudhindra Kumar Bagre. Mr. Bagre is the Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and request him to share some insights on what the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is looking at in terms of decarbonizing transport. Over to you, Mr. Bagde.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yes, Mr. Bagde, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amit, for inviting me for this session. And I think I could not, look at much of Abhishek's presentation, but I think there is immense requirement of funds for public transport sector. And I think it's not only that funds are required for metro, funds are required for buses, funds are required for other modes of transport. And we have seen that in the bus sector for many years in city bus sector, the investment has remained, almost it has stagnated. No investment forthcoming. Very few cities are augmenting their supply to the level where it makes sense to reach desired level of service. And many cities we have seen that they do not have an organized bus service, wherein cities are in some way in control of what's happening on the public transport sector. So I think given this background, we are investing on both metro side, mass rapid transport, MRTS, mass rapid transport system, and also we are now planning a new scheme for the buses for different around 100 cities in the country. So on MRTS, we have seen that our network has expanded rapidly in last few years. It is now more than 700 kilometers, and it is going to be expanded to some more cities. And in next few years, it is going to reach to around 26 cities with more than 1,000 kilometers of metro operation. We have seen that in Delhi, the metro is doing commendable job of transporting, during pre-COVID time of around 30 people. So I think there is some message.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I think there was some message from earlier.
I think the voice is slightly low, but we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is much better. Absolutely.
Okay. So I think what I was saying, I raised my voice. What I was saying that one, we are investing in MRTS systems, and we are also coming with the new scheme for the bus transport sector. What I also just mentioned that in bus transport sector for many years across cities, the investment has remained stagnant. Rather, there has been no investment forthcoming, and the quality of bus service as well as adequacy has been dismal. And that is actually leading to a lot of congestion in cities. People are now preferring their own modes of transport and in the absence of public transport. So I think the ministry is looking at very comprehensively, and along with our metro sector, which is expanding very rapidly, we are going to increase from more than 700 kilometers to more than 1,000 kilometers in 26 cities in the next few years. So I think, and many cities have seen the public transport scenario undergoing change with the introduction of metro. But we also know that metro alone cannot provide the public transport, even in developed countries where there is a developed MRTS system. The buses play a significant role, and the investment in bus sector is very crucial. Also, a metro cannot reach small cities, and neither they have the capacity to fund a high capital cost project, nor they have enough number of people to support operation after the capital project. So I think that's why this bus sector is very important, and buses funding has remained stagnant because of several reasons. One, the cost of operation has been going up. At the same time, raising revenue from fare and non-fare box is also a challenge for many cities. So that is one of the problem for raising revenue in the through fair and process. Hello. So
yes, sir, we can hear you.
What we are trying to do through this scheme is not our previous expenses that we are repeating. Earlier, we used to say, okay, you take buses and you run it. Now we know that even if we give the buses, it's very difficult to make them run for many years. After a few years, they say, okay, we don't have salary, we don't have money for paying salary, our staff cost is too much, we can't cover it with our payment and all that. So what we're doing now, that our model is going to be a model which will bring in private sector efficiencies. We'll also incentivize a structure in a manner where the cities are encouraged to design their services to meet the requirement of passengers. So we are going to focus on route planning right in the beginning. Like the cities have to focus on route planning, what kind of frequency they plan for the cities right at the time of preparation of DPR, so that we know what kind of thinking has gone into preparation of this plan. So one, we are going to switch from a model wherein we used to fund purchase of buses to a model where we are going to fund operation of buses. The funding is going to be available as long as the buses are on the road. So I think this is a fundamental shift in focus of funding from the ministry. We are working on the scheme and hopes hopefully soon we'll be able to launch it. So I think the first fundamental shift is that we are going to pay only when the buses are on the road and they meet the required service level as has been agreed in the tender document. Second thing is that the financing is going to be only through PPP model. And a PPP model, we know that it has several benefits, and those benefits like higher level of efficiencies, reduction in cost, efficient use of manpower, which brings the management cost also lower. So that is going to be our second highlight of this, that it is going to be a PPP model, and the funding is available only for this model. Third is going to be the focus on technology, intense use of technology for monitoring the service levels. So we are going to focus on that the buses are not only provided when they run on what has been agreed upon in terms of the frequency, in terms of timing, in terms of schedule, in terms of quality. So I think technology is going to be a keystone for bringing in efficiencies in the sector. I think the fourth is the thing which we really want to change and which I think requires a lot of thinking, and some cities have attempted, is how to reduce the cost of fare collection. And I think this cost of fare collection, which is quite high in many cases, and we have the traditional model of conductor collecting the fare. Some cities like Mumbai, we have been able we could run around 1,000 buses without conductors in the bus when there was outboard ticket booking. So I think other thing which we are going to focus is on how we can revolutionize the fare collection. In many cities, we have seen that there is no conductor in the bus. The payment is either through card or cash, and cash is like you have to deposit cash in cash box. So I think that is a challenge for us, but hopefully with discussion with some cities, we'll be able to do this, implement this reform also. And I think if we can do that, if we can bring down the cost of ticketing by introducing digital and conductorless bus operation, I think that many of the cities can make their bus operations, if not revenue neutral, but at least with little amount of subsidy from the city and the state. So I think this is going to be our focus. This is going to be like main 4 pillars for our bus funding in coming years, and hopefully the cities will respond. We are here to listen from participants for any suggestion which will improve our scheme. But we do realize that there is a lot of investment required in the public transport sector, and ministry is keen to take steps in that direction. Also, I might say that in many cities, decarbonization doesn't mean that we only go for electric buses. In cities, it can't be an option that either electric bus or no bus. I think public transport of any fuel mode will certainly lead to decarbonization, because it leads to congestion, it leads to reduction in congestion. Many more vehicles, private vehicles, are replaced. So I think uh, this also needs to be very clear to people, because many times we say, okay, decarbonization means bringing electric buses. Yes, we are keen. FAME2 is a scheme which is funding electric buses, but there are cities where electric buses operation may be not economical given their financial muscle and all that. So I think we need all kinds of combination in the public transport, wherein we should be able to lead to the path of low carbon footprint. Also, the ministry is keen on promoting other modes of non-motorized transport, which is like cycling, walking, and we continuously keep on engaging with cities on cycling. We have cities for cycle challenge and other modes, wherein I think that mode is encouraged continuously. Cycling, I would think that it's a very important thing, and as we promote it, it requires that we continue to focus on other two modes also, because it's not only that you can take bus to all places. You need other modes also to work with bus and MRTS to provide the kind of public transport which you have seen in many developed parts of the world. I think, Amit, this is what I wanted to say in brief about our scheme, and I think if there is any point I can clarify, but I will be here for a few more minutes. I have some other work to do, and so that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Amit.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Bagre, for this wonderful insight on a couple of interesting initiatives that is happening. So, sir, one question before you leave is that we have seen that fare recovery in city bus operation is roughly around 45-50% of the overall cost. So, is there any thinking to kind of some innovative financing mechanism can be thought through to kind of bridge this gap on city bus operation?
I think one is that even in some cities 50% is not there, and I think the cities need to think about that. But when you introduce city bus service, the fare has to be competitive because there are other modes. So I think that point is there. So one is that we are going to provide part of that funding is going to come from Government of India for whichever cities we are trying to this. But remaining funding, I think there will require to be a long-term support, and I think once we launch the scheme, we'll have to engage with cities about how they are. Some cities might meet them out of their revenue sources, but some cities might like to explore other modes of financing. And I think in some cities, land value capture may not be actually a good amount of support, can provide good amount of support, because those cities may not have that kind of commercial potential also. So I think, Amit, we have to think about it. If there are suggestions, we are happy to go there. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Bagre. And I think on that front, while increasing revenue may be difficult, but one way to bridge the gap is by reducing cost. So I think this idea of conductorless bus operation is a very interesting idea, because it can really bring down the cost of operation, and therefore the deficit would be reduced incrementally. So thanks a lot for sharing this insight, Mr. Bagre. Okay, so maybe the other question, maybe we can ask to Abhishek. Abhishek, I think you presented an interesting couple of options on financing, and one was land value capture. Now, this subject has been talked for a pretty long time, but somehow the operationalization has been very difficult. So, any insight on what needs to be done or looked at so that this becomes an interesting form of financing? Because some countries like Hong Kong, Singapore do use this instrument very effectively in kind of financing transport systems.
Thank you, Amit, for this question. It's actually quite interesting that some cities in India are very actively using this particular concept. And yet other cities in India or other states in India are not at all even considering these aspects. At the same time, we generally tend to think that land value capture is all about betterment levies, or it's all about increased FSI premiums, or land banking, which is going to be strategically developed. It's also about change in land use. It's also about the incremental taxation that can be levied. Now, this incremental taxation need not only be on property; it can be linked to many other aspects of economy as well. It is also about land pooling, which is increasingly being now adopted, land pooling and readjustment. The challenge here is that all of these aspects are essentially under the domain of the ULB. Now, ULBs, as we all know, don't really have that particular capacity of delivering their day-to-day works. Forget about talking about land value capturing or these aspects. This is further challenged by the fact that in most of the states, very few ULBs have been devolved with these particular powers because it's essentially a state subject. Now, your smaller ULBs, they don't have this particular power. The bigger ULBs, they have this particular power and they are leveraging it to a certain extent. So there is a requirement of extensive engagement with the states, extensive engagement with the ULBs, capacity building at their levels to make them understand that this is not going to move your citizens away from supporting you. It's actually going to improve the entire scenario of citizen participation in your day-to-day infrastructure activities or investments or planning. One major role that technology can play here is essentially GIS. You have to continuously model or capture the rates at which land is appreciating after you are putting in place an infrastructure asset, more per se a transport asset, because it is directly leading to increased values. And the citizen needs to understand that the fraction of value that they are paying is literally nothing in comparison to the benefits that they are going to receive. And you can make them understand only when you show them the actual numbers. Let's see, we put in a line here. This is the value that has appreciated in terms of land value. And this is the value that we are asking you as a charge, which is only a fraction of that particular value. So the citizen awareness and engagement, the capacity building of these municipalities or urban local bodies, and all of this supported by extensive engagement of academia in planning out a TOD based approach when you are actually planning the city. If we are able to address these three aspects together, then probably the whole scenario of land value capturing in India is going to change drastically.
Absolutely, and thanks a lot for highlighting this. The other question which I had was, in your presentation, you talked a little bit about BIM as an approach. Can you just elaborate a little more? The BIM build.
Sorry, which approach?
BIM, BIM.
Okay, so see, building information modeling is not about mapping a particular building. It's about processes that are involved in any particular project that needs to be smoothened out. Now, what happens is that when we talk about, say, development of a particular bus terminal or any infrastructure project for that matter, there are n number of stakeholders involved. There will be the promoter agency, there will be some regulatory agencies, there will be some contractors who are actually going to construct, some architects who are going to design it, somebody who is going to do the bid process, somebody who is going to do the financial modeling, somebody who is going to do the operations, and all these different players are going to be there. Now, what happens is that typically in the current scenario, the studies are conducted by the promoter agencies through a consultant, which is in the form of a report, which is predominantly available to that particular agency, the consultant, and partially shared as part of the bid process with the contractor. Now, once the contractor is in place, this study, whatever information was captured there, is kept aside, and the contractor does his or her own set of studies or information capturing and things like that. Now, the information which was lost cannot be matched or leveraged by this particular contractor during the construction phase. So there are inherently some cost and time overruns which come into picture right at this point. When we go a step further, when the contractor has probably completed the project and gone into the operations phase, then probably you have a different operator who is coming in there, who is also maintaining the particular facility or something of that sort. Now, this operator has only the final as-built drawings of that particular facility with him or her to operate and maintain. The challenges that this person is going to face are slightly beyond that, beyond the as-built drawings. It's also about which particular component of your asset is probably weak, or which particular component needs more focus on, which is more likely to have a fault generated over a period of time that needs to be taken care of. So he cannot plan efficiently at that point in time. Now, similarly, when you are going to complete the asset life cycle and you want to dispose of the asset, then again you don't have the information that what all asset can be disposed of as scrap, what all can be salvaged, and what all can be leveraged by just investing slightly some amount of money into a completely new cycle of infrastructure development. Now, this whole process, the more we break it down into small levels, what we realize is probably there are something like, 100, 200 odd players in a single project that is involved. Whether a very small project can also have 100 to 200 players. Now, everyone need not have information to every particular aspect, but it is extremely important that this information is available right at the word go. So I want this information with me. I should be just able to click on the system and access that particular information which I am requiring. So this whole building information modeling is considered that. Now, it can result into a digital twin of your entire facility and or operation system at a very high level, or it can simply be something like you have SCADA integrated with just bid process management and AutoCAD or a 3D modeling kind of a framework which is integrated. It can be very easily done on a GIS-based platform if you are doing it pan-city, if your project is spanning pan-city, or it can be very easily on a very simple building management system, which is only for a particular building, say an airport or a bus station or a particular shopping center or something of that sort.
Thanks a lot, Abhishek. This is very, very useful. So my other question to this is, can this be leveraged or extended to a cityscape? The reason why I'm asking this question is, a lot of times we have seen in cities when you are going ahead with creating infrastructure, whether it is a road or a metro or whatever, it's only when you dug up the road that you come to know where are the services. So can this be kind of extended so that you can do some service mapping so that some of these infrastructure projects can be expedited and the cost will be lowered because now you know where your services are?
So it is actually being done in that way. See, there are two levels of hierarchy that we need to understand. So one is when we talk about a city level, probably we are talking about thousands of stakeholders that come into picture. So both Gati Shakti and BIM are common data environments. Now, common data environments can be designed for any number of stakeholders. That's not a challenge. The thing is that if you are just talking about creating a digital twin of a city, it's extremely complex. Yes, it can be done. What I can probably say is the nearest examples are your Heathrow Airport and the surrounding area has a complete digital twin on BIM concept. See, UK is one of the biggest promoters of the BIM-based works. Although they did not start the concept, but they adopted it and they saved a humongous amount of money using BIM. Something like 400 billion pounds per annum are saved by UK just using BIM as a software, as a concept. In case of India, metros are doing this very thing. So now in case of Delhi Metro, BIM has been integrated. So wherever the metro line is going, that particular information is very easily now available for the metro team to look at. Now they also have created the layers of all other infrastructure, which is crisscrossing their particular connectivity. So they have the mapping of the pipelines, the telecom lines, the power lines, and all those things, but only within their within their scope of work. Now, if tomorrow Delhi Jal Boards comes in and utilizes BIM, Delhi Jal Boards BIM and this metro's BIM can very easily talk to each other. So your state government or your city government can very easily use metro's BIM and Delhi government's BIM to extract information onto a common platform and give a to and fro movement of information. So this is all API linked. So each organization will have its own BIM, and then your ULP will have its own BIM for whatever purpose the ULP wants to do it. So it's very much possible to do it.
Thanks a lot, Abhishek. This is very, very exciting. And I think operationalizing something like this would really kind of help in decision making and therefore decreasing the cost of the project and therefore saving a lot of precious time and money. So once again, thanks a lot for this wonderful and exhaustive presentation.
Thank you.
So with this, we have come to the second session and we've got two interesting presentations, one from Abhishek, the other one from Mr. Bagre. And then looking at some of the interesting outlook on what the current thinking is around investment in transport, but also looking at some of the innovative ways to kind of address some of the pain points which are involved in the transport sector. So with this, we have come to the end of this session. And again, I will thank you to both the speakers, Abhishek Agarwal as well as Mr. Sudhindra Kumar Bagre, for sparing their valuable time and speaking to us. What we will do is that we'll take a quick break. We have about 7 minutes break. And then we will restart at 15:10 for the session 3. So please, you can go ahead, grab coffee, grab tea, or have a quick lunch, and then we will be back in about 7-8 minutes to restart the session at 3:10 India time or 15:10 India time. So with this, we'll just break for approximately 7 to 8 minutes. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of today's workshop, virtual workshop on financing for decarbonizing transport. In this session, we will be talking a little bit about financing instruments that one can look at for decarbonizing transport. And we have three eminent speakers who are going to join us for this session. First, we have Mr. Hector Gomez from IFC. We have Mr. Sudhir Sharma from UNEP. And we have Sasank Vemuri from GIZ Germany. So my first request would be to kind of ask the speakers to kindly turn on their camera and then turn on their microphone when they will speak. Okay, so before we start this session, let me introduce to you to the speakers in a little bit more. So first speaker, Mr. Victor Gomez Ang, is the Regional Director for South Asia at the IFC. And prior to his role, he was IFC Regional Manager for Angola, Mozambique, Zambia. And he joined IFC in Mexico in 2007. So welcome, Hector. The second speaker we have today is Mr. Sudhir Sharma, who is the Program Management Officer for Energy Climate Regional Task Manager for JEF, UNEP Asia Pacific Office in Bangkok. And he has led and supported various projects in his work at UNEP. And prior to UNEP, he served as the energy expert at the Asian Institute of Technology. And then he has immense knowledge in and experience in this area. So I welcome Mr. Sudhir Sharma. And the third speaker today we have is Mr. Sasank Vemuri, Transport and Climate from the Transport and Climate Change Division at GIZ Germany. Mr. Vemuri is coordinator of the Global Secretariat for the Mobilize Your City Partnership in Brussels, Belgium. And before joining GIZ, he worked at the Asian Development Bank. So I welcome Mr. Vemuri as well to this workshop. So let me start this session by asking Hector to make his presentation. And my request would be if you could make about 12-15 minutes of presentation, and then we can have some time towards the end for Q&A oblique discussion. So over to you, Hector.
Thank you. Thanks, Amit. And thanks to WRI and Niti Aayog and GIZ for organizing and for inviting us and for this workshop. I assume I can share. I understand I can share my screen. I have a couple of slides.
Yes,
is that okay? Yes. Someone could tell me if you can actually see my screen, because I don't see it. And
yes, I can see your screen. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Maybe just in your introduction, I think one additional point that I think is relevant for this discussion is that before my job in Africa, I was for 6-7 years in charge of IFC's operations in Brazil, where we had to put together, we were part of a group of institutions, essentially helping create a market for infrastructure financing, right? Which I think there are some challenges that are similar to what we're going to discuss here. So I will just very quickly try to go through this. You know, I don't want to discuss this because this has been already discussed in the previous session, but just to understand exactly what we mean by the financing to the transport sector, decarbonizing the transport sector, we essentially mean, you know, the big tickets will be the shift in modal and the electrification of transport. There are many other things that need to be done, but this is sort of to understand what we're talking about. So what are we talking about when we talk about financing? We can have many different views about this. I guess one other point that is relevant is that the perspective that I'm bringing is IFC works. It's a development bank, global development bank that works with the private sector, right? So we collaborate and have engagements with the public sector. Over 95% of what we do is financing private sector entities and private sector companies. So this is sort of the perspective that we're bringing here. I think just elaborating a little bit of that. So, you know, electrification, model shift, and then there's some areas of urban planning around this, just to try to set the scene. This translates into an investment opportunity, right? And there are many different reports and estimates. We did our own IFC. We did a report, a big deep dive into the sector in around 2018, and we identified that, you know, with some basic assumptions that, in my view, are probably are outdated from the perspective that I think the opportunity is much larger. We expect that the climate investment opportunity in India, different sectors, but if you zoom in into the transport, we are around 250 billion. That's sort of our estimate. Again, I think we are lowballing it, but this is what we worked for a few months to estimate. $250 billion in transport infrastructure. So we could achieve a modal shift. And then also, then there's the electric vehicles, so different ways of electric vehicles that we estimate to be around 667 billion, right? And this is over 12 years. This is over between 2018 and 30. That was the original estimate. You can move it a few years. Again, I think we are probably on the low end of the estimates. So one of the things that starts coming, and this is where I want to start sort of conveying the message, is these opportunities, they're big. There's a big opportunity for commercial returns, for non-commercial returns. There are many ways to cut and slice this, but it will only happen, and this is, I think, when it comes through extensive collaboration by all of us in this workshop and many others. Let's call it the industry, if you want to call it, sort of that we will need to put together private sector financing entities, development finance institutions, multilateral development banks, public investors, institutional investors, the government, and the private companies. So this is it is and it will continue to be, and it's going to get more intense. It's our view, a big coordination and exercise, right? To be able to actually tap a large investment opportunity. When we talk, let me just put you an example, because that illustrates sort of how we see this. This is for illustration purposes only. This is not necessarily what we are going to do, but it's part of an internal discussion that we had that I thought I would share with you. You discussed the electric vehicle sector, right? So when you discuss the electric vehicle sector, and I think one of the areas one of the early lessons that we have based on different other countries that we have engaged is there is no silver bullet to finance it, right? So it's a series of the small and large interventions in different ways in the spectrum between 100% public and 100% private that will allow us to create these markets for financing. So if you're going to talk about electric vehicles, on the more sort of the direct government engagement, you will see, discounts to users, interest rate subsidy, discount schemes for the acquisition. When you talk about the measures that will be around, that we targeting financial intermediaries engaging in financing, then you start talking about some instruments that exist in other markets that could be applied to this. So, you can start wholesale start thinking of how do you de-risk the wholesale market to finance this? What is the right way to go on PPPs? Is it a PPP for public charging? Is it a different scheme? Buyback guarantees for the acquisition of new vehicles. Do we need to de-risk through a first or second loss facility? Do we need a dedicated sort of electric vehicle financing vehicle, sort of an asset company that puts this together? And then you get to the actual let's say corporate, the big corporates or the companies that are on the manufacturing side, where you will be doing financing the expansion of original equipment manufacturers and direct lending and investing into these companies. So it's a big sort of continuum of interventions that, in our view, will get these markets going. And I think the lesson here is that we need to have a systemic approach. Everything is connected. If you overdo it on one side, then you will be affecting something on the other side. There is no, this doesn't mean that what is on the screen is the recipe for that. That's not what it means. This is just to illustrate the complexity, and that's kind of the beauty, and this is why we are all excited about being in the middle of this, and the coordination that is needed. Maybe specifically for IFC, what we think, and in India is our single largest market in the world. It's our single largest investment portfolio. We have around $6 billion invested in India. For us, the future and the short and mid-term, it will be about encouraging modal shifts. So this is sort of what we will be supporting: electrification of transport in different ways, retrofits to increase efficiency in some existing infrastructure, with a long-term view to identify how is it that we can support private sector on climate adaptation, adaptation. It's not an easy one, particularly the last one. We are constantly going at it until we find ways to address this. And then maybe just transitioning to what we see, rather than specific instruments that I understand it was sort of the ask from the organizers. We thought we could share some of what we perceive to be the success factors, right? So in our view, in order to really get this market going at the scale that we want to go, we will need to address many things, right? And I hope this is not scary. It's just a list, right? So we will need to address the bankability. We will need to have projects designed to be bankable. This is something. It's not this is something that is a common issue across infrastructure. It's one would expect that it would be addressed every time, but not necessarily. And I think we need to make sure. I think the climate aspect exacerbates some of the issues around transport. So we need to make sure that we have bankable projects. Okay, so how do we structure those projects so they can be financed? I think the other piece that we will need to find where this goes is we need to have a standardized approach. That doesn't mean that standardized meaning that there is a clear communication to investors and financiers of what a project. When I say that this project is a retrofit project of the investor knows exactly what it means. If you look at the markets that have been successful at mobilizing large amounts of money, they have been able to standardize. So when you talk about real estate, for instance, it is a highly standardized business. When you talk about social housing, you know more or less exactly what you're doing. When you talk about commercial real estate, it is clear what you're doing. When you talk about real estate investment trust, it's clear what is the type of risk that you have. And they have been great at finding a match between investors and those asset classes. I think we should aim to get there. It's not easy, but there are several initiatives in place. I think the other piece is pipeline. There needs to be a pipeline. I mean, I think we need to develop a pipeline of projects, the kind of investors that we want to attract for these tens and tens of billions of dollars are not going to come from one project. They're going to come if they see they have a visibility of projects over the next 3 to 5 years. I think there is an issue that depending on the project, the regulatory certainty that is needed. I think this is classic challenge in infrastructure, but essentially we need to find ways in which some of these green projects that are related to transport, that the return on investment is more predictable by reducing the regulatory uncertainty. And I think in our view there are some lessons learned, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. take the models that have been successful and apply into these specific assets. Then there is, of course, there is carbon pricing as a tool to increase the transition or to augment or to accelerate. Those are let's say the first 5. I actually have 14 here, but we will go. We need to have, as I mentioned, a systemic approach. There needs to be coordination. You cannot, go all the way with one lever and not with another. So there is a sort of the way it has evolved in other markets is not a regulated systemic approach. It's kind of an organic. It's by creating the dialogue mechanisms within the industry. I think the 7 is we will need to increase and bring new sources of financing. So the financiers at the table today are not enough and are probably not the best suited to finance what we are setting out to do here. So we will need to increase capital markets. We will need to bring to the table institutional investors, and we will need to mobilize the domestic financing sources. I think in the long term, these markets are, in our view, they are going to be financed by domestic sources. They require local currency, and it's not going to be the cross-border flows. They will have a relevant piece, but it's going to be the domestic financing that in the long term is going to facilitate this. I think linked to that, we will need to, the risk profile, meaning we will need to match. Different projects are going to have different risks, and we will need to match the ones that are best suited for capital markets, for institutional investors, for impact investors, for public money. So we will need to do that. I mean, this is not going to happen organically. We will need to be very intentional about it. The final point that I want to say, something success factors, I think they relate to the banking sector itself. So that's where we count ourselves. We as DFIs, the development finance institutions, and we will need to scale up this. Okay, it's a fact. We've been doing it, but we will need to scale up. I think we will also need to scale up and find ways that instead of direct funding, we can provide the risking instruments to mobilize the private financing that is going to come and help. Right? I think there is private financing available, but they probably our experience in other markets has been that the risk, the first, the second, the third transaction, and then eventually they develop the comfort and they will come in a large scale. Right? We would hope to get this right. I think at the same time we need to work about private sector de-risking solutions. Right? So what are the de-risking solutions that the private sector can actually provide? Not all the risking is going to come from public or from multilaterals. There will be some private sector de-risking solutions that it's not clear exactly what they're going to be. I mean, we can talk about maybe the monoliners before the big financial crisis in 2008. They had a role to play. Something along those lines might make sense. I think the jury is still out to define that. As I said, domestic finance, we believe it's something that needs to be mobilized. I think the portfolio approach, it's something that I think there will be several projects that on its own scale will not be able to attract the necessary capital, and we will need to approach it by aggregating and by bringing a portfolio approach that is interesting and attractive to banks, to institutional investors, to DFIs. I think there will be an effort necessary in this. I think the final point is blended. Our view, and this is our private sector approach, is there will be a big segment of things that will be commercially viable and they will be able to be financed on a commercial basis. There will be also a segment that will probably not be commercially viable, and probably this is where the public sector money would have the biggest impact. And then there would be somewhere in between where you would probably need, and not probably, you will need some level of blended, so that you can actually either mitigate risk or make the economics work for a certain type of investors. I don't want to put the car ahead of the horses, or in front of the horses, and say that if there is no blended, there is no finance. I think there will be a specific segment, and for that we will need sources of blended finance in the right scale. I think all of these that I mentioned are being worked in the sector and in this overview that there are different initiatives. I think it looks like very messy, but these things tend to evolve, and the more communication we have as an industry, the more we will evolve towards a single vision. I'll stop here, and I think I finalized my time, and I'm happy to answer any question that there might be. Thanks again for the invitation.
Thanks a lot, Hector, for this interesting presentation, looking at from the DFI's perspective about financing. So there are some questions, but I will come towards the end. We'll take the question, but let me for now move to the next speaker. We have Mr. Sudhir Sharma from UNEP. Mr. Sharma, over to you.
Thank you, Amit. Let me also share my presentation. I hope.
I need to stop sharing. I stop sharing. Yeah.
Can you see it now? The presentation?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, great. Wait a minute.
If you could make it slideshow.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but it seems like. Okay, can you see it in the slideshow mode? Yeah, great. Thanks, Amit. Thanks to WRI for giving this opportunity. I think we're talking on an important topic. The government of India actually agreed to kind of put a timeline on its net zero time frame, and that's something which kind of requires a more focused thinking. And transport sector, one of the biggest sector in consuming energy, will play an important role. I'll take a slightly different role, and I think I should first thank Hector, because I think he has set it up very nicely for me. What I'm going to do is talk about financing in a slightly different way, and focus on a project that we are doing in India with the government of India, where Niti Aayog is going to be leading the project, and EESL will be working on the investment side of the project. ADB is our partner in this project, and they're bringing in a significant amount of loan to EESL and scaling things up. So this is just to kind of give you a brief in terms of, it's a 5-year project with about 5.5 million JEF funding, but significant amount, as I said, ADB co-financing loan coming in. Now, just to give you the reason why I'm talking about this, actually, we started developing this project. In fact, we started developing a global project on electric mobility somewhere in 2018, when the JEF 7 cycle was, the program was about to be kind of designed and finalized. Because a number of countries were coming up looking at electric vehicle as a way of decarbonizing the transport sector. And also a number of countries were looking at it from the perspective of an energy security, because many of these countries were net energy importers, and they looked at it as a dual benefit. And the third one in our part of the world was also the air pollution issue. So that had brought the focus on these this technology. Now, we talked in other countries. We had a lot of consultation with the Association of Automobiles, with the manufacturing, with a lot of fleet operators, with the financial institutions. And one of the things that came out most interestingly was that they all essentially were pointing to a direction, saying that what they need is actually a clarity in the policy side and the regulatory side. Which essentially is something which prevents them from investing in this sector. Though at that point in time, the government of India was already providing a significant amount of benefits through its FAME scheme. And similarly with the banks, they were willing to finance, but their basic problem was there was no kind of a clarity of regulations. The other thing, which of course was the charging infrastructure, and companies were not willing to invest in charging infrastructure because it becomes a chicken and egg kind of a situation, but largely also because of the fact a lot of distribution companies were interested in creating the infrastructure, but again, there were a lot of issues around clarity on regulatory issues. And the second aspect on the charging infrastructure was also getting the necessary clearances for finding a land, getting the connections. So we started with thinking that what could we do on the financing side with ADB so that we could complement the work which is being done by the government, and actually ended up realizing that what we need to do, at least in the initial phase, is to focus on providing that clarity on the regulatory side. So that was one aspect of things, and everyone was saying that if you do that, that helps. especially on the battery side also. What happens to the used batteries? Can you reuse them? What are the rules, regulations around that? How do you recycle? What are the disposal requirements on the battery? What would be the kind of recycling regulations? Can you create a value out of these used batteries so that that adds to the value of electric vehicles? So these are the kind of things which kept coming back to us. So that was one interesting aspect. So I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing in the project. And the second thing which came out was basically a feedback from most of the people that the focus has to be not on government four-wheelers and buses, because that's something which the government is already doing. Actually, one of the missing elements of making the transformation to electric vehicles is creating a visibility. And what the government is doing is will create a visibility, but it will take a much longer time. So what needs to be focused on is fleet operators, two-wheelers, three-wheelers. As to that, because some of the issues with the 2-3-wheelers are much less on the charging infrastructure than it is on the 4-wheelers and the public transport infrastructure. And it's also something which is much more visible in the market, and that creates a kind of a pull for the consumers to start getting attracted towards us. So that was something very interesting, and this I will talk about a little bit. Is what we are doing with ESL, which is our partner in terms of leading on the investment side of it. Just to give you a bit of a background, so this actually is a part of a larger global program with the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility. There are about 27 countries participating in this. A number of international organizations, including ADB, World Bank, African Development Bank, Latin American Development Bank are partners. And again, the way it was structured was at two levels. Basically, one, trying to generate a common knowledge of what are the best practices in terms of policies, regulations, standards, etc. So that doesn't need to be done at each country level. That could be done collectively and then adapted. But more importantly, it was also realized, as I said, is in terms of creating these support and investment platforms. So most of the multilateral banks which are working actually would be supporting will be hosting these investment platforms. The idea was that basically on one side, the project would work on clarifying, reducing the risk which comes from the policy regulatory side of the projects. And second, since most of these banks are aligning their investments in the direction of decarbonizing the economy, how does it kind of then use that opportunity at the country level to start identifying projects and programs, which could be then financed and also matched up with other financial institutions. So that's going to be an important platform that would be offered at all the region, and where not only the project countries will be participating, but this is something where we'll be also bringing in other countries which have in place, clear goals, policies, and are looking at the transformation towards electric mobility. I think I've focused a lot on that. I'll just touch on one thing. One of the other things that we realized that what we need to do is work a lot more with the cities, because the city governments didn't have that kind of a capacity. City governments were critical because most of the early scale up in electric vehicle would come in the city, and therefore creating the charging infrastructure required the involvement of the city government, which was important. And the other last part, which I talk about the coordination, is one of the things which came from the private sector was that there is no platform where they can very easily interact with the governments and also get all the information on what are the policies, regulations. And here Niti Aayog played a very useful role because they already had their program. Mr. Anil Srivastava, who was earlier heading this program, helped shape this. And Niti Aayog would be the host of that platform, which would provide that interaction with all the actors, so that they wanted a place where they could provide their feedback as to what's hindering them from making investments and how. And Niti Aayog, under Mr. Srivastava's leadership, said that they would be very happy to get that feedback because they can then facilitate with various agencies in looking at how how to kind of solve those issues. I think, okay. Essentially, we're looking at 4 components. I will not go into the other components, but most of the policy components, which is component 1 and 2, we're looking at creating, working with cities. We'll be picking 2 or 3 cities where we'll work in creating, one, integrating EV into the mobility planning of the city, plus also developing charging infrastructure plan. And the idea would be that that helps city to pre-identify where the charging infrastructure could come up, use that as a basis of creating partnership with various commercial entities, with the distribution companies, with railways, which have a lot of land, and other similar, land holdings, which could provide the necessary land required, because land came out to be the biggest issue in cities. So that's one of the big focuses that is going to be there. Plus, there'll be a lot of development has happened on the regulatory policy side since we started designing the project, but it will focus on what are the other elements to going at it. And then, of course, looking at the battery side. But the more interesting part would be from this particular session side, is we were going to be working at ESL. Now, ESL has created a space for itself. It had already been rolling out the electric vehicle program for the government. And as I mentioned, what we thought was, instead of focusing on the 4-wheelers, how could we bring in ESL, which with its kind of, being a public sector entity with the capacity to raise money, could actually come in and facilitate that investment. So we'll be using the ESL platforms to actually create partnerships with the fleet owners, as well as in the field of 3-wheelers and 2-wheelers. I saw one question about convergence. We'll be looking at a model of also to see that whether conversion is a viable option, or whether it is better to go directly for new built electric 3-wheelers. So that's going to be something that we will look at it. But the main focus here is that the ESL kind of acts as an aggregator, both on the charging infrastructure side as well as the vehicle upscaling side, bringing in different partners. And the key, as I said, is ESL's capacity to raise funding, which then it can provide financing to other actors, which currently in the financial market are facing difficulty. So it's in a way kind of taking the financial risk on behalf of the market, which is kind of backed at this stage by ADB, but that is kind of a demonstration which would be scaled up. So that's the 3rd component. And the last one, as I said, one of the key things which basically was told to us is that we need to create some kind of an interactive platform, which will be working with NITI Aayog and hosting at NITI Aayog, participating with the e-mobility mission that NITI Aayog hosts, so that all the actors can come together. And also this platform would be the one which would be providing all the information as what is happening within country, at city level, at central government level, both in terms of investments coming in, projects happening, number of vehicles operating, so that it provides that kind of a space where people can see the developments happening, and also the actors which are facilitating these developments. So that's that is the focus of the project. And I think with that, I'll stop. Happy to take any questions. I'll just add one more part. I think one of the things on the 2-wheelers, so we are also doing a project in Sri Lanka. It's not connected with India, Amit. But there, the whole part of financing is actually the banks are interested in participating, as well as somebody is willing to cover their risks. And we have a number of supermarket chains which provide delivery to consumers, and food delivery chains, which will be partnering. So it will be basically the government of Sri Lanka putting in some risk funds. Jeff would be putting in some risk guarantee funds. And the investment would come from the private sector, and the financing, the financial sector would be providing the loans. So The key thing I would like to say is, again, it was the risk part at this early stage in the market, which was the most biggest factor which was preventing things happening. And that's where, if we're looking at financing, we need to be focusing. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sharma, for the wonderful presentation and highlighting a unique model that you're working on. So we do have some questions, but we'll come towards the end and kind of ask these questions. For now, let me just move on and ask Mr. Sasank Bemuri to make his presentation. And after his presentation, we will take a Q&A with all the speakers. So over to you, Mr. Bemuri.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sasank Bemuri. As Amit mentioned, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see. If you could make it on slideshow, that will be perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I've been following along since this morning my time, and it's been very interesting. So, just a quick introduction to myself. My name is Sasank Bemuri. I head the Mobilize Your City Secretariat on behalf of the German Ministry of Environment. Work for the GIZ here in Brussels, and I will speak about maybe just very briefly in the next 10 minutes 4 things. So one is I found the presentations really interesting this morning, and I wanted to pick out a few of the challenges and barriers to financing that I heard from the presentations this morning. The second was to just introduce very quickly Mobilize Your City, and specifically about how we link to the financing issue that's the main topic of today. The third topic will be to talk about how we think that planning that's done well and effectively can address some of the barriers that the other speakers have mentioned. And then finally, the resources that we have as a partnership that can help national governments, local governments in overcoming some of these barriers. Let me just get started. So it's sorry what I just mentioned here. So recalling the key barriers from this morning. So one of the issues that came up several times in several different ways was that there's a decentralization for urban transport, which isn't really matched by the decentralization of resources and capacities in the country. So maybe some of the cities like Mumbai have the resources and the capacities, but secondary, tertiary cities are definitely not in that place. The second topic was an issue around the bankability, and particularly again about urban mobility projects. And then also especially about active modes of transport, walking and cycling in cities, and the whole gamut of projects that we need beyond large-scale infrastructure that we have to have in place in order for a complete decarbonization. One of the quotes that I heard this morning that I thought was interesting is that it's much easier to finance big infrastructure projects than a complete street program, but we need to have complete street programs to have a complete decarbonization. Another issue was that urban mobility costs are not what users pay. So there's a secondary cost from pollution to congestions that are not embedded in the costs of a private vehicle usage. And so that kind of leads to the cost that everybody is interested in sustainable modes of transport, but there's not necessarily the resources or the mandate and the institutional framework to help finance it. And this is the last one that I just took from this presentation, or the last presentation, was there's a lack of risk-taking ability of lenders. I thought that was a really interesting point. So we sit in Brussels, we work with lenders like the French Development Bank, the German Development Bank, the EBRD, the European Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank also has a Mobilize Your City program. But I think there's an interesting component here about the risk-taking ability maybe of national lenders also in this piece that we can maybe talk about in this presentation. So who is Mobilize Your City? How do we work on this topic? So Mobilize Your City as a partnership was established in 2020 in the COP21 in Paris by the French and German environment ministries with financial support from the European Union. So we're primarily implemented by the French Development Bank and GIZ, the organization that I work for, with a number of other knowledge and network partners and implementing partners that many of you are familiar with and have also appeared today, like the Asian Development Bank and KfW. We're generally a global partnership. Our largest presence is in Africa. We have 65 partner cities and 15 member countries across the world that are being supported by these 5 European donors. and an increasing and growing presence in Asia, including, 3 cities in India as well. So we support all of these member cities and countries 4 service areas. The first is mobility planning, which I'll dive into a little bit more deeply, through 2 instruments that I really wanted to sort of highlight as a potential response and one way of addressing a lot of these barriers. So the instruments, we call them Sustainable Urban Mobility Plans, or so-called SUMPs, and National Urban Mobility Investment Programs or Plans, or so-called NUMPs. So SUMPs at the local level, NUMPs at the national level. Those are the abbreviations that we use. And both of them have embedded in them the idea of project preparation to a certain level in order to address this challenge of bankability that was raised several times this morning. The second service area is capacity building. So this was also an issue that was raised about the gap between the mandate and the capacities at the local level. So last year as a partnership, we did over 20 trainings. Of course, because of the coronavirus situation, we've had to do all of them online. It's reached more than about 1,000 people. And we trained them on some of the tools and methodologies that we, as a partnership with all of those agencies that you saw in the earlier slide, train them on the tools and methodologies that we've kind of collectively prepared based on the experience and implementation on the ground. We think one of the benefits for doing this is, Hector mentioned some like a standardization approach. So the SUMP approach, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan approach, was developed in 2013 initially for the European context. As Mobilize Your City, we're trying to adapt it to the global south. And it helps really with kind of standardized approach, plus the tools from terms of reference to monitoring frameworks that are mandated by the national government in India as well. And methodologies for how to do that monitoring. So the capacity building is really, we tried to be as operationally relevant as possible for the issues that we're talking about today. The third topic is advocacy and outreach. So one is really advocating for more cities and countries to take an approach that involves sustainable urban mobility, think about the entire spectrum of what that entails, from not just the electric vehicles, but also the active modes of transportation, and also informal transport, paratransit, auto rickshaws in India. And then the fourth area is implementation support. So once we have these plans, how do we support cities and countries in implementing them? So at the moment, we have about 38 million to support all of our partner cities and countries, and we became launched in COP21, but maybe became fully operational a year or so afterwards. This is from our data collection last year, but we've have almost over 6 SUMPs or plans completed at the local level and 3 at the national level, which has really identified these projects. So this is the beginning of the bankability issue, is really identifying projects. And you can see that we take the avoid, shift, and improve approach and all types of transport modes quite seriously. So public transportation is the 3/4 of the investments are identified both at the national level and at the local level, but also 1% for active mode. So this doesn't mean that they don't have a large share of the urban transport, which is what we'd ideally like to see. So to me, which many people might be familiar with, the German Initiative on Sustainable Urban Transport has prepared a scenario study that says that about 50% of urban trips need to be made by walking and cycling in order for a full decarbonization to happen. So this is quite an important piece, even though it only accounts for 1%, but it's a very complicated piece of the puzzle. And then, of course, 21% is still needed for roads. I think many people who've been to secondary, tertiary cities in India, but also really across Africa and other parts of the world, there's not even basic paved roads that are available. So that's also kind of an important piece. What has it led to? It's led to about $1 billion in leveraged financing and 9.2 billion in associated financing. So basically about 10 billion in financing that are going to be either mobilized directly as a result of the SUMP or financed as part of the whole SUMP and NUMP packages. So meaning that it wasn't a causal relationship, but the financing will be available for the full implementation of the SUMP. So we're looking at about 10 billion to invest in the plans that are prepared using this approaches at the national and local level that is quite, I don't know, let's say rigorously developed and laid out in a standardized way, adapted, of course, to each local context, but with all the tools and resources that are required to give lenders really the confidence that the preparation was done in a rigorous and sophisticated and appropriate way that makes them comfortable with the lending as well. So the second to last section, this is really about how the good planning can lead to financing. And we're talking about this session is really about the institutional arrangements. And I wanted to kind of highlight both at the national and local level two kind of very critical issues. So one is that you cannot separate the financing from the institutional and governance aspects. I think we heard that said either directly or indirectly almost in every presentation. The money itself is not sufficient. And we're seeing that in the results of these plans and programs that are made through the Mobilize Your City partnership. So for example, we completed last year a NUMP, a program for the national government in the Philippines, or I'm sorry, in Tunisia. We also did Philippines 2 years ago, but in this case, the Tunisia, and three of the main 5 components of the national program are about institutional arrangements and governance topic, specifically also that are required for the financing. So one is about creating a national commission on urban mobility, a commission that can kind of have a bird's eye view of what's happening at the country level, make recommendations and also support the implementation, build capacities. The second is creating a central technical support unit for the NUMP implementation. So it's not enough to have a document that says what to do. You also need the functionaries and the people with the capacities to help and oversee the implementation, and then establishing a new institution, a National Urban Mobility Fund, a new fund to help finance all of this. So we're expecting the NUMP implementation to lead to multiple benefits, including, of course, a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, but also a reduction in traffic fatalities, for example. So these are the kind of institutional arrangements that are identified and designed as part of the NUMP process. And so these two instruments that we're talking about, the NUMP has steps along the implementation cycle saying what has to be done to identify the institutional arrangements, the capacity gaps that have to be addressed in order for a decarbonized strategy to be identified, but also financed. And so this is an example of what is coming out as the requirements in one case in Tunisia. So at the local level, I wanted to mention again, so this looks at the 4 cycles that we have, both the SUMPs and the NUMPs. The first step is really to initiate and diagnose, to really understand what the current situation is, both in terms of the physical infrastructure, but also the finances. And in this case, really, what is the institutional structure that's responsible for providing urban transport at the local level, which can be quite complicated, of course. The second step is the goal setting and scenario building. So what kind of future do we envision for ourselves, and defining a way to get there. The third is the measure planning. So we heard this a few times through the morning presentation. The prioritization of projects is quite challenging. And so this is really where the measure planning is, the project prioritization is one of the key components. So we have long lists of projects that we have in cities and countries, and this is helps to identify what those are. And of course, the last step is implementation and monitoring. So I'll just give kind of 2 examples, or one example from these phases. So in Yaoundé, Cameroon, for example, we could see that almost 90% of the financing for the urban transport comes from the national government. And so if that's the case, then you have to operate very differently than if 40% comes from the local government. So this is really understanding the situation as an example of the responses that you'll have to take to be able to design measures that are appropriate to the local context. The second is about the institutional and governance measures that were identified in Santo Domingo. So, it's not just the physical measures, but we're talking about setting up institutions. So in Santo Domingo, for example, there's a national institution that was kind of established, and through the some process, additional funding was made available through the European Union to help strengthen this institution. And so it's really important not just to identify what needs to be done, but the institutional and governance mechanisms to help make this possible. And so the SUMP and NUM processes really help identify also which institutions specifically need what type of support. There's also cases for the measure planning, and I just wanted to show this as an example of how complicated it can be. And so we had those really good lessons learned and recommendations in Hector's sector, and but at the end of the day, it has to be, you have to look at the local context. And so this is in Dakar, and you can see the number of different players from the public sector, the private sector, how the funds are flowing. And this is the mapping that's possible when you do a SUMP and a NUMP, which is leading to finance in several places, as I mentioned. But I wanted to just maybe hit 3 more slides. In the Mobilize Your City website, you can see the list of tools and resources that can support cities and countries, and also in the changing transport site. So this ranges from the beginning, the terms of reference, what do you have to ask the consultants to do, to the monitoring and evaluation system. We have an emissions calculator that models also the different emission scenarios based on a sustainable approach and a non-sustainable approach. And then we also have a whole range of trainings that can accompany the different steps. And again, this material is available online, so you're welcome to check that out. And of course, it's not just Mobilize Your City. For people who are interested, for the local level, there's the Green City Finance Directory online. The link will be shared as well, that you can see if you need additional support, who can support you. And finally, I was thinking again about the barriers that were mentioned this morning, that it's not just important to identify projects, but we need to build capacities along the way. We need to not reinvent the wheel every time, but find a standard approach. These kind of 4 steps that can be adapted flexibly, meet the requirements for project finance, and give the funders the capacity, the confidence that the project has been prepared in a really good, sound way, and really link also the small scale and long scale, the small scale, large scale, the short term and long term as well. And for us, what I found really interesting as a good takeaway, maybe as a global partnership, what we should be doing on it more is addressing this lack of risk-taking ability of the lenders. I mean, that was a very interesting point for me, and I worked in India in 2008 to 2013 with the national NABAD and with the GIZ and KfW project, and we were also supporting them and maybe taking different type of projects that they weren't doing before. And so what can we do maybe with SIDBI and others? How can we have institutional or international technical assistance to support national funding agencies and financing projects that they're not typically used to financing? And then a second part is we're really always kind of defaulting to loans and grants, but we did hear some mention today about other de-risking instruments, guarantees and such, and I think just as much as we package projects together with capacity building, maybe we have to broaden our approach to different financial instruments as well. So with that, I'll stop here. Thank you. Amit, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Sasank, for this insightful presentation on Mobilize Your City. So we have some questions. Let me just frame, and I'll request all the speakers to kindly turn on their video. So Hector, there's a couple of questions for you. The first is, are there any methods, tools, approach that can be used to reduce uncertainty and make ROI more predictable? And that's one. And the second is, what role do you perceive for insurance and reinsurance as a possible de-risking solution at a level of program organization? So these 2 questions for you.
Thanks, thanks, Amit. So yeah, on the regulatory, on the proven methods, I guess what I meant, rather than going into methods, is I'm going to give you, why do people invest in why do companies or private sector invest in I don't know, if you look at the countries that have been successful in having private sector investment in water and wastewater, is because they have managed to find a regulatory scheme that says that that it compensates the private investors on an expected return on investment based on the capex done, right, or something like that, sort of the regulatory asset base. So I don't think there is a perfect one, but I don't think so. This is, I guess, what I meant. I meant that for sectors that are already regulated, I guess overview, for sectors that are already regulated, that require additional capex to decarbonize, to be decarbonized, if the current regulation is working, then ideally you would find a way to include those additional investments as part of that regulatory capital, right? Unless, and then the regulator will need to make the decision whether actually you're incurring into a higher risk and would need higher compensation or a lower risk. That's a decision. So that's I guess, is where I'm coming from. On the other question on the role of insurance and reinsurance, I mean, I think that it is I think they will have a big role. I think particularly when we scale up these investments, I think insurers will have, I'll tell you the IFC experience. We have managed to work with insurers in two ways. Insurers coming and providing specific insurance for some risks that otherwise that have been reducing the appetite from private investors, right? It could be a regular insurance, it could be a specific insurance. So again, before the big crisis of 2008, the monoliners, which was specifically providing a specific guarantees around construction risk for infrastructure project, was a big source to mobilize investment, right? And so that's one. I think there is a role for insurance and reinsurance. We work with that. I think the second piece is that insurers and reinsurers have some of the largest investable amounts of investable capital, as institutional investors, and they are some of the ones that we have actually, as in IFC, managed to mobilize. So we have a series of we have I think it's a $500 million or $1 billion facility with some of the largest insurers to come in and co-lend, co-finance together with IFC in specific sectors. So we see a role for that. So in insurers, we see them doing their business of insuring certain risks, and then probably going back to the reinsurance market to have the proper coverage, but also on using their cash reserves or their investable amounts to come in as institutional investors into some of these assets. That's sort of how we see it. But definitely, I think going forward, we will see more and more, and we will need to sort of enable their engagement so that these risks are mitigated. So
Thanks a lot, Hector. The second question is for Sudhir. The question is, if you have a limited kitty, then how do you allocate between two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers, three-wheeler, and four-wheeler, and buses? Also, converting buses carry more people. Should you give more weightage to buses? If so, how do you kind of allocate this limited pot of money?
Thanks, Amit. That's a challenging one. For us, basically, yes, you're right that I think it's an important point, and I wanted to make that. Let me make it. It was there in Hector's slide. The decarbonization of transport sector has to be led by public transport and NMT. Otherwise, there is. I don't think technology is a solution, but it doesn't take you in addressing all the issues. So let's be clear about that. Now, I think the thing that we identified was that if you are coming into a solution, you need to look at as to how do you create an acceptability in the market for that product. And a lot of risks sometimes, like in this case, when we were developing the project, was also about the fact that there is no visibility of the product in the market. Now, for us, there were two ways. Either we could look at the government's public bus program and put the limited resources that we had there, but it would hardly make any kind of a difference with the amount of resources that would have gone into the buses. Whereas if you're looking at, since we picked city as our focus, and which is where the transformation to electric vehicles is going to be led by, the larger visibility that you need to create and you need to start kind of moving the investments coming in is through two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and the fleet operators, because they are the most visible on the road. They create a kind of a better acceptability. The second thing, and this is not connected with India, but we did some work in Jakarta. The governor of Jakarta had asked us to help Transjakarta moving towards, moving the buses toward electric buses. And the big challenge there was the quantum difference between what you pay for your regular buses and the electric buses is really high. The technology is very new. The perceived risk of losing that money is really very significant. So it's very difficult to get the governments to move, even if they have resources to put in there. And at the same time, that kind of a risk, if you look at two-wheelers, three-wheelers, because we did a project in Jakarta also with the three-wheelers, is much lower. The same amount of volume can actually create a much larger impact. So, but it again depends on which cycle of the technology you are. I mean, 5 years down the line, you might be in a very different place, and then possibly we might be using our resources in a very different manner. I think that was the basis on which we went for it. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Sudeep. So one question to you, Sasank, is, and this is how can a city join Mobilize Your City initiative? Is there a formal method of joining? How does one go about joining this initiative?
That's a good question. There's an application form that the cities have to fill out. It's fairly straightforward. It's a little bit easier if you're already working with one of our implementing partners, like GIZ, AFD, Kota 2, all of which are operational in India at the moment. And slightly more complicated. So we have a steering committee meeting made of our donors, and the donors have to approve the membership. But it's maybe a 3 to 5 page application process that's submitted to the donors for approval. We can share the link also to the application if there's people who are interested.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Okay, so with this, we have come to the end of this session. I once again like to thank the 3 eminent speakers for this session. We really had some great insight on looking at the issue of financing for decarbonizing transport. Hector, Sudhir, Sasank, great insight. Thanks a lot for joining and taking your time, not only presenting, but also taking some of the questions that came on. So thanks again. So with this, we will come to the end of this session. So thank you to the speakers once again. Okay, so till now what we've heard from public agencies on their thought process. We have heard from representatives from MDBs, DFIs. We have also heard from technical experts on their vision of an approach of transforming towards a low carbon transport future. In this session, we would talk a little bit more about electric mobility and what are the big issues surrounding financing for electric mobility. We'll also hear some example from some of the people who have done some initiatives and address this. So it's a good learning experience. But in this session, we will be hearing mostly from private sectors. We will hear from entrepreneurs. We will hear from banks. We will have representatives from NBFCs on how can one go about addressing this whole issue of financing for electric mobility uptake. And we have some great speakers lined up in this session as well. So my request will be, as I kind of take this session forward, is to speakers will be to please limit your interventions to maybe 8-10 minutes, and then in the end we can have some follow-up questions. So today, people who are joining with us are one, Sanjay Krishnan, who is the founder of Lithium Urban Technologies Limited. We have Mr. Ajay Sahasrabuddhe, Chief Operating Officer, Retail Lending at Hero FinCorp. Mr. Amol Jaggi, the CEO of BlueSmart. We have Dheeraj Agarwal, Senior Vice President and CEO of Two Wheelers and EV Finance at Manappuram Finance Limited. And then we have Vikas Mishra, CEO of Moving. So with this, let me start by first asking Sanjay to share his thoughts on this topic and kick this session forward. Over to you, Sanjay. Sanjay, if you can unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I thought I'd shared the slides with you. Do you want me to?
Yeah, please share this.
Okay, I'll just give me a minute.
Sure.
I'll do that. Okay, give me a minute. When I do that, I think it's just to start off. I think it's a a great topic and a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Very privileged to be called on this, and of course with the really august audience. I mean, and the co-panelists. Can you guys see this?
Yes, we can see this, Sanjay.
Yeah. Okay. So really, the talking about challenges, we obviously we've seen a lot of it over the last 6.5 odd years, and also the first to meet all kinds of challenges. And I've tried to summarize. I have only one slide, so I'll just go through with that. And really, if you look at it, let me just knock this off. Okay, is on the financing challenges. One is the biggest one is the lack of secondary market, and therefore there is no lack on the. I mean, there is no clarity on the residual value and the resale price. So therefore, what is the risk? That means when you compare a ICE vehicle with its EV counterpart, the slope or the gradient of the two slopes are very different. Is there a problem in four-wheelers? Yes, there is. And I've just broken up into four-wheelers, two-wheelers, and buses and the larger form factors. Four-wheelers have been there longer. The OEMs are very well recognized. There are service networks, well-capitalized OEMs and typically even well-capitalized buyers, so to say, with very good, decent business models. So I haven't seen problems at that end. It's only a question of awareness. And therefore, from that perspective, that is one. In terms of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, yes, there is a huge issue with respect to the residual value. On buses and larger form factors, that problem doesn't exist because the contracts are fairly long. And whether it's GCC, etc., they kind of take care of that issue, right, in some shape or form. In terms of lack of availability of infrastructure today, when you have a ICE vehicle, the most fundamental thing about an ICE vehicle, it is fungible across duty cycles, right, and therefore across geographies as well. And then, and is that an issue in terms of four-wheelers? I think, yes, it is, in the sense that certain four-wheelers cannot be used in intercity applications, etc. That problem is going away and will probably go away over the next couple of years for the four-wheelers. As infrastructure develops, it's not as bad as what it was 4 or 5 years ago. And therefore, that is better. In terms of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, I believe that is here to stay. It may not be applicable for two-wheelers, but I think inherent quality of three-wheelers is poor, and you will have this issue that they are not fungible across, applications. In case of buses, I don't see that as an issue, because the buses are really used across both intercity and intracity, and that's not an issue. In terms of different technologies, really, hence the uncertainty of evaluating a vehicle. Will it perform as per the, the specs with respect to its life, etc.? That's it's not a big issue in four-wheelers. I think, it's a question of IC versus EV and awareness. In terms of two, three-wheelers, it's a big question, right? In case of buses, it's not. I mean, that's why 4,500 buses are contracted for and being implemented across India. In terms of really the most fundamental thing is, I believe that, I think there's a lot of issues. The financial institutions, the only thing they're worried about, this whole resale value, residual value comparison between, their life of the asset and the useful life of the asset, the ability for the asset to earn money. I don't think there is a question on that on the four-wheeler, right? I think both Anmol, myself, and many other companies that are using EVs, four-wheelers, have kind of proven that. So, and the vehicle quality has improved over the last 4 or 5 years. Like I said, again, very well capitalized OEMs that provide that with a great service network. So I think that issue that 3-4 years ago that OEMs had, that financiers had, is kind of gone away. Is it there in the 2-3 wheelers? Probably, and I think it's genuinely a big concern for the guys who are financing three-wheelers, is the quality. And of course, for buses and stuff like that, that's not applicable. And therefore, that has an implication on the financing duration, right? Now, you can finance something for a year and then, you're not going to make money for that period. So for cars, I think from a useful life is equivalent to the finance. Ideally, useful life of the vehicle should be greater than the financing tenor, right? Or at least for longer periods, it should be, both should be kind of equal in a period, in terms of for the four-wheelers, I think it is up to 5 years you can get loan. I think the useful life, 200,000 plus odd kilometers, you can do the same application. And, I think all the guys who've been in the business, including Blue Smart, ourselves, have kind of proven that. So that I don't see that as an issue. And even going forward, I don't see that as an issue. So that should be financeable. On the 2-3-wheeler side, the questions do exist. The useful life being lesser than the financing tenor. I mean, one is to say I will get a 3-year financing. Will these vehicles do whatever you need to do to actually run that, whatever, 150,000, 180,000 kilometers in XYZ, and really run beyond that, right? And really run as to the life of the EVs is equivalent to the life in the ICE world. And of course, on the buses, the useful life, those 10-year contracts, etc., only prove that the useful life is greater than the financing tenor. In fact, there's a separate challenge there that the bus could run for 10 years, but you're limited by the fact that your financing tenor might be 5 years or 6 years and stuff like that, right? So therefore, the issue there is how do you extend the financing tenor? So really, on four-wheelers, it is left to it's kind of reached a level that if you have a decent business model that makes money, if you're, and really that, the traditional credit terms, so to say, I think you're good enough to, I don't see that as an issue. Charging infrastructure and stuff like that, that might be an issue, but, there are ways to slice and dice that for all of us. And today, enough models are coming out for people to contract with charging infrastructure providers, CPOs and stuff like that. 2-3-wheelers, I think it's a question of quality. Can you get better quality products that inspire, really give, underwrite the risks, so to say, right? And I think that is the problem there. And I think there are also a lot of people with very, very flaky, razor-thin, margins. And if, Amazon or a Flipkart cough, everyone catches pneumonia. So I think from that perspective, that's the biggest risk there, apart from the vehicles. And on the buses and other form factors, if there is a way in which private sector, and I would say the government is anyway doing a lot on the municipal buses, but similar to that, I'm not saying subsidy, but really, is there a way in which, the government can actually ask for banks to give loans for buses over a larger tenor than 5 years? So with that, I think that's it. And then really 3 basic points: better quality products, which means higher useful life, and really some kind of a guarantor structure for an RV. I don't know how that will work. In a way, a subsidy is the front ending of the guarantor. So, tail ending it, I don't know whether the government will do, how will it do, but really, formalizing the residual and, the market, the second-hand market, that will take shape as we go along, as the number of vehicles actually enter the market. It's great that, Tata's has started selling so many, Nexons. And I think over the next 2-3 years, as, you have a population of maybe 20, 30, 40,000 vehicles and that have been run and that are now changing hands, I think that's a great proof point, for that to develop. With that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Sanjay, and for this wonderful presentation. And so exciting to hear that at least what you said, that in the four-wheeler segment, financing is becoming as competitive EV financing as the internal combustion engine. So on that note, let me bring in Anmol Singh Jaggi, who's the CEO of Blue Smart. Anmol, you heard Sanjay. You concur with the statement, and if so, are there any differences that you perceive on the
I
four-wheeler financing?
Hi, thanks, Amit. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I absolutely concur with what Sanjay says. I think when we got into the EV, four-wheel EV business about 2.5 years back, the I think the public perception was that EV financing is a bit more challenging, but God's been kind. I think it's been one of the lowest kind of challenge which has been there. There are more challenges in securing cars than actually getting asset for them. Today we have more financiers than car manufacturers. So I think that's the problem, and I see Sanjay giving a smile on it. So I'm sure he's in the same boat as us, where he's trying to get more cars but unable to get more cars. So that's where we are. So it's been, I think, over the last 2.5 years, and I have also want to bring to everybody's notice. Last 2.5 years have been the most difficult moments for the mobility industry. We went through. I like to joke around saying that everybody builds sensitivity model for -15, -20% sensitivity. You never build for -100% sensitivity, and we've gone through it at least twice. Wave 100%, wave 2 was -80%, wave 3 this time was better, maybe -30, 40%. So we've done that. So, and all of us have come out resilient out of it, which basically, and there is no letting down in financing. So we closed our largest financing round when we were in the middle of wave 3. So it's not that financiers have moved beyond COVID now. They know that if business models are resilient, there is the companies doing some genuine business, has a good decent margin. Maybe if there is 1 month or 1.5 month of COVID wave disruption, it's not really like a large matter issue to go deep and say that we are not going to finance this sector. Personally, for us, our history with financing has been that when we started out we got the help of leasing agencies. So I think leasing agencies were the first ones who gave it to us, which was LeasePlan and ALD. We got a lot of cars from them. We were fortunate to tie up with a Government of India institution called EASL. They had a plan to give out cars on lease, so we got a good amount of cars from ESL. So that was good, and ESL had some very fantastic, not the best of the cars because it was still the older variety, 110-kilometer range car, but had a definitely very, very competitive financing structure. 6 years repayment. If 6 years repayment is today also extremely difficult to get, but ESL came up with 6 years repayment, ballooning, maintenance included, insurance included. I think it was a great package with ESL. So we were fortunate to get that. Post ESL and post kind of wave 1, we got in traditional banks. We got ICICI to finance cars. We got Access to finance cars, SBI to finance cars. A very traditional kind of lenders with traditional auto financing kind of thing. 4 years kind of a repayment and some down payment, etc., is how we got funding. And now what we are seeing is large rounds of funding. So now what we are seeing is single tranches of in the magnitude of hundreds of crores. So earlier the tranches were 10 crores, 15 crores, 20 crores. Now a single tranche of financing is gone into. So there is a 300 crore tranche that we have just closed, which is with a large PSU bank. So it's become huge, and we had not actually expected. And to be honest, actually we sent in a proposal for 100 crores of financing. The PSU bank responded back by saying we are happy to do 300 crores of financing. So it's the other way around, like I mentioned a few minutes back, that it's difficult to get the cards, but easy to kind of get the financing done for these cards. And at what I would believe one of the best possible terms of asset financing. This particular asset financing with a large PSU comes with a moratorium, so you don't have to pay EMIs for a few months. It is ballooning. It is a quarterly installment and not a monthly installment. And we saw that our IRRs just by when we move from a monthly installment to a quarterly installment increases by about 3 percentage point. So it's a very extremely good. I've done a lot of renewable financing prior to doing blue. prior to starting Blue Smart, and this is the one of the most competitive deals that has happened. And as you would know, in the banking fraternity, you get one large sanction, and with God's grace, there are many other financing institutions who want to give you deals on the same terms or better terms. So I think few of us who've kind of been lucky to kind of reach to that stage where there is financing actually chasing. So that's way it's been a lucky set of companies, and it's not been very tough. It's been relatively easy. In terms of what are financiers looking at, I think what Sanjay mentioned is absolutely correct. Business model should be great. It should be resilient. It should have decent set of margins built into it, and at the end of the day, most of us are also very heavy equity capitalized, so that acts as a cherry on the cake. Apart from all the cash that you are creating, if you have a decent account balance because you've raised significant equity, it just helps to get in more comfort from the financing institutions. So that is, but yeah, combination of business model, the security package, what kind of equity financiers are backing you up, I think that kind of helps to get comfort with the financing institutions. In terms of support, I think RV is a great thing. I think if we can start to streamline the RV value of EV cars, I think it will help us a lot. I think it's very important. Two, I think even especially on the four-wheel where the build quality is very good, I would say that we should start factoring in the second life of the cars also, and maybe Sanjay can add more to it also, because he has one of the oldest fleets which is operating, which is now actually can get into the second life, given that the heritage that long heritage that lithium has. So in that way, I think the cars are pretty much fine. Just a battery change and the cars can continue to operate. So why actually give EV the benefit of financing of just 3, 4, 5 years? I would say it can easily be extended to 7, 8 years also, given the second life of the battery. In fact, a kicker loan comes in year 4 when you can do a battery change, and then you can. I think those kind of models, if not available today, given where the EV industry is getting, and every possible day where more data is coming out, where more results are coming, on ground results are coming out, I think we will see why EV financing should be limited to 4, 5 years and not 10 years, given that the asset life can go much beyond. Excepting the battery, the asset life can go much beyond. And anyways, now batteries can be done separately from the vehicle, etc. So those kind of concepts are also there. So I would say that there is although it's a great place to be, and there is sufficient financing available, but can we still take it to a lower, can we still take it to the best possible RV value? Can we still take it to the best possible repayment years, in terms of years, etc.? I think what guarantor structure is a great structure. If that can come in, RVs can definitely be much better managed. The risk around RVs can much better be managed. So yes, so that's been our experience and our thought process. I think overall easier than it seemed, but yeah, always trying to optimize for more now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Anmol. So on that question, let me bring in two folks who have been with the financing side from the NBFC side. Let me first ask Mr. Ajay Sahasrabudhe, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Retail Lending at Hero FinCorp, to share his thought on the financing for EVs. And especially if you could talk a little bit more about two-wheeler and three-wheeler, that would be really great.
Yeah, namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. Two things which very clearly been set out by my two earlier speakers. Mr. Anmol has very clearly carved out that there is a quality in a four-wheeler, but when you compare to two-wheeler and three-wheeler, and there is a big risk for a financer to enter into that model very aggressively. Two things which are actually creating a lot of risk element around this financing is because there are no product guarantees and warranties. So for particularly in a two-wheeler and a three-wheeler segment, number of manufacturers, small-time manufacturers are using whatever the technology is, but the quality and the sustainability of that vehicle is on the road is going to be the challenge. But if something comes up with that, I think that will really give us a great amount of a comfort as a financer. And particularly NBFC has an ability to touch base to the customer who are generally not been touched by banks. You can call as, NTC customer, new to credit, that type of customer, early entrepreneur wanted to be a driver owner types of, particularly in three wheelers. If that one area needs to be addressed, I think in NBFC, from NBFC side, we will be definitely more aggressive on doing that. We have seen this transition. I will just quote one example from when the B6 happens, the prices for two-wheeler across has gone up. And as a financer, what has helped us, obviously the ticket size has increased, but the finance penetration has increased. So the myth, this is what my belief is, that because we says the premium on the car value of the two-wheeler is around 30 to 45%, but that is more the power that the finance penetration can go as equal to the car industry today enjoying 70 to 80%. So one area which is very, very clear, if the government can give the PSL status, and NBFC can be the one of the biggest contributor to any banks and to this, that if the PSL status given to us priority sector lending, we will get advantage on the cost of funding, which we can repurpose and provide an aggressive rates, which can really fuel the penetration there. So that is point two. Risk sharing mechanism, if can be residual value been fixed, which I think both the earlier speaker have mentioned it very clearly. But it was largely on the car and three-wheeler. But for three-wheeler and two-wheeler, if something comes up like this, I think that will also be a one area which will fuel the growth. Most importantly, the secondary market development, because at the end of the day, if the situation comes and we need to look at asset to be backed because of whatever the situation, as a financer, I really don't know that what will be the secondary valuation of this and how I can take out my outstanding principal. So if these 3-4 things, if we can, if the policymakers can think of it, particularly because two-wheeler is going to be the largest play. Today, two-wheeler financing, electric two-wheeler financing is only happening to as a normal personal loan game. It is not an asset-backed lending. And if these 4-5 points comes into a play, I am pretty sure that the model innovation will start happening. Why do we have a EMI? Can we thought of something else like pay-per-use, or can be a leasing? Could be one of the most aggressive instrument which is available in a two-wheeler and three-wheeler. It is not been considered because of obviously the residual values are not very clear. If these 2-3 models can come into a play, I am pretty sure, because we have in Hero we are seeing that Ether Energy we are exclusive financer to them. We are seeing because customer profile is very, very different, so there is no challenge on the evaluating customers, etc. But when you come down to the mass market two-wheeler segment or a three-wheeler segment, if these 3-4 things can support it by the manufacturer or by the EV community, I think NBFC will play a very, very great role to enhance the adoption of the EV business. That's it from my side.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Sahasrabudhe, for this wonderful and very precise 3-4 points that you mentioned. On that note, let me bring in Mr. Dheeraj Agarwal, who is the Senior VP and CEO of Two-Wheeler and EV Finance at Manappuram Finance. Mr. Agarwal, your thoughts on this? You heard Mr. Sahasrabudhe. Anything you would like to add, differ on this topic?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Amit. Thanks for inviting me for this call. And yes, Ajay sir has covered mostly from the NBFC side, and what Mr. Anmol Jaggi and Sanjay Saab also want to explain. The three-wheelers and two-wheelers industry is very different from the cars. Yeah, so the cars is very vendors are good, the product quality is really good, but it is not happening in the two-wheelers and rather in the three-wheeler also. I am in this industry from last 3 years and I'm funding from these vehicles. So earlier there, if you remember, like there are the two-wheelers are low speed and now high speed also. So high speed scooters are not able to finance, like though I am funding high speed scooters at the same rate of normal scooters. But for the low speed, what I fund them because they are unsecured products. So I fund them as Ajay sir has explained them as a commodity loans. So that is not secured loan. We call them unsecured loan. So for the policy sakes, for the topic which is given, so there are like mostly all the points have been covered. But what I think that from the NBFC side, we are helping from I think all the NBFCs who are working in electrical vehicle finance. We are all the measures like digital loans we are giving, digital or innovative finance models we people are giving, but that cannot help until unless the product quality and the product prices are being kept constant. Now the issue which is coming, you must be reading in the note, the batteries are burning up, the battery quality is bad. So there are more than 200 two-wheeler manufacturers and everybody says we are developing low speed, you please help, we will start developing high speed. So that will cannot work. So we also tried to now we are selecting OEMs which are best, like we have the quality best and they have some manufacturing lines who can help us. So the industry is really big, like what is expected. And I think everybody knows that this EV finance is more than 3.7 lakhs crores by 2030. So, and our FAME 2 policy also say that so much vehicles is to be put up, like for by 2030, 70% of the commercial vehicle will be private cars, like, and then 30% will be private, 40% and 80% of that will be two-wheelers. And so how this will happen? This can only happen if there are some policy changes, which I think Ajay sir has already covered the point. This should come under the PLI. There should be some measures for the secondary market, which is definitely required. But another part is we need the charging infrastructure that is wholly lacking. So though the government is working on it, but there should be something to be done on the charging stations where are like people, there's a chicken and an egg story type. People are not buying electric vehicles because they don't have charging stations. And I am not buying the way, and I have no charging stations, so I'm not buying it. So if we put like, and I'm in Bombay, so Bombay there are some buildings or some houses where there is now compulsory to big charging structure. So if we build these charging structures, people will start buying it, and there should be something happens on the what will happen to the vehicles which are already running. Like if you see in Delhi, there is, which is again one of the biggest electric vehicle market. So if we can convert these vehicles which are there already running, so there should be some retrofit model is to be always be there that will help in changing the vehicles on the diesel or petrol, or even to the CNG kits vehicles to be changed to the battery. That will help us. And rest point I think everything is covered by Ajay sir. So that's, I don't think anything's tweaked.
Thanks a lot, Dheeraj, for your input. Before I move to the questions that has come, let me ask Vikas Mishra, the CEO of Moving. Vikas, you heard about passenger mobility from car, two-wheeler, three-wheeler. But what about logistics? What about freight? What about delivery? What are the financing issues that you are grappling with, especially in the delivery segment? Vikas, if you could unmute.
Sorry, Amit. Thanks a lot for this opportunity, Amit. I think this is a very important topic and very relevant for the EV adoption. And I think all the eminent panelists spoke very well about the issues and challenges that they face in respective use cases that they are driving in respective companies. As far as moving is concerned, in the last 1 year, we have seen from negative perception about financing to more of a positive perception about financing. First 6 months of moving, we had only one financier who was backing moving. In the last 6 months, we have seen about 10 plus financial companies talking to us and financing the vehicle in a normal way and leasing the vehicle to us. So that last 6 months, the relatively it has become easier to get the financing for logistics sector, especially for companies who have a long-term demand contract with the e-commerce players, who have a presence, who have shown the traction in terms of numbers, and who have proven their execution capability in the country. But and also we see that next 6 months, the kind of conversation that we are having with the financial institutions. Right now, we have 10 plus companies who are supporting us. I easily see that going to 2025 financial institutions supporting us in the financing and making the vehicle available to us. Not, so this is not only in terms of number of institutions, but also in terms of volumes that they are willing to support. That is increasing. The same financial institutions who are doing about 15-20 vehicles is now talking about 100 vehicles. And the institutions who are talking about 50 vehicles are now talking about 200 vehicles. So we are seeing a big jump in the number of vehicles that our individual financiers are willing to finance. Second improvement we see in terms of the cost of financing. Where we started our journey, it was in the north of 20% plus IRR. Now it has come down to 15%, and hopefully, when we have big players coming in, we will see this coming down to even single digit. I'm hoping that some PSUs will also jump this fray. But the problem that lies largely, Amit, what I see is that it's not the B2B guys alone can drive the adoption in the EV sector. Unless and until the individual drivers are feeling the confidence of buying an EV product, combined with the access to the financing, it is not going to drive the EV adoption the way we are imagining to happen in India. For that, what we are focusing is on a data-driven approach to support and help our financial institutions to make the driver financing accessible and affordable. The larger problem, there are two problems in the driver financing. One is the driver as a community is being perceived as high delinquency zone, and not many financiers are willing to touch that area. Big banks really get scared of it. NBFCs, they want to do it, but then the interest rates are very high, like 25% to 35% is something that is a going rate in the market. What we are telling the financial institutions that as a EV ecosystem player, we really understand the data that we are getting from the driver, from the vehicle, from the charger. How can we leverage and monetize the data to provide an insight for the financiers so that their pre-qualification criteria of getting the preferred driver of their choice, who has a good traction in terms of reporting to a job, who has a good traction of earning per month, and who has a good traction of coming on time. So if all this criteria, we're happy to support the financial institutions in making the right kind of drivers who will be shortlisted by us using the data-driven approach. That's number one. Number two, we also want to help financial institutions that once the driver has taken the loan, they are completely onboarded. We want to have the data shared with the financial institutions that on a monthly basis or a weekly basis or even a daily basis, what was the typical run of the vehicle? How was the battery performing? What did the vehicle do? How much it earning was done? And we want to help also in terms of managing the collateral, ensuring that the monthly revenue that he has generated, we are able to support the financiers in terms of giving the EMI on their behalf and making sure that driver is taken care of. And lastly, worst case scenario, if the things go wrong, that some of the drivers who were not able to pay on time because of any XYZ reason, we use the technology and data-driven approach to map the location of the vehicle, help the financial institution in terms of reposition of the vehicle, and also since we handle multiple contracts, multiple customers, multiple cities, we also help them redeploying the vehicles. That is the risk that financiers have. So we want to provide a bundled solutions for the drivers who want to understand about the EV technology. We want to provide a bundled solutions to the financiers in selecting the right drivers, in ensuring that they are being data-driven insights is being provided to the financiers while they are servicing the loan. And third, if something goes wrong, we are able to immobilize the vehicle and redeploy because we own the multiple contracts. So I think it will be a multi-stakeholder, multi-partnership approach that will lead to the EV adoption. In my view, it's when the driver actually start purchasing the vehicle, they get confidence in the EV, they get confidence in the new technology, they are able to access the finance in an affordable manner. That is where the true EV inflection point will happen. Otherwise, it will be very limited EV adoption in the country.
Thanks, Vikas, for highlighting some of the key issues that are being faced by the delivery industry, so as to speak. So let me come to some questions which have come. Maybe my first question is to Sanjay. Sanjay, a lot of time it was talked about the secondary market. So in your view, how can you develop a secondary market for the batteries especially?
I think there's only one solemn truth: numbers, really, right? And it's like one of those vicious cycles, right? In which, it's and we, like Anmol said, because we started off early, we have vehicles that have done 230,000 kilometers, and obviously we used COVID to kind of get rid of some old stock and kind of refresh our inventory. It was quite interesting, actually. It's a proof point that some of these vehicles actually held fairly good residual values, right? Now, one can always say, the finance world is quite fickle in that way, right? I can use it the way I want, but it's obviously what the other guy, Anmol is great at selling stuff, right? And I'll give it to him. But the point is, it's only people will say, hey, it's only a couple of hundred vehicles that you've sold, right? And, the ICE second-hand market has spawned 4 unicorns. So this is a very small number as compared to what sells otherwise, right? But it has to start somewhere, right? Of course, it's as much a responsibility on, guys like Anmol, like Blue Smart, like us and others, at least in the four-wheeler space, that we ensure that our vehicles are very well taken care of, such that when the time comes, using a portfolio approach to retire an asset, the quality of the retired asset is also good, right? So that when you actually give it to whoever you want, right? Whether it's a private buyer, whether it is another, driver come owner, whoever it is, that person can use it for the application that he or she wishes to buy the, the asset for, right? It may not suit, a typical, an operator's application, but, there are other applications that one can do with that. I also want to take a point from what Anmol said, which is very, very valid in terms of separate the battery from the car, right? And we actually financed the first 200 vehicles that we did and they were the E2Os. We actually financed the battery separately from the so-called Khoka of the Gadi, right? And worked very well. And this was in the pre-GST era and worked quite well. But, and I think we can get back to it sooner than later. But again, the underlying issue in that is the quality of the product, right? And I think that is fundamentally, and to add one more point, the warranty in the four-wheeler space when we first started was about 50,000 kilometers, right? Today the warranty is, you can get 180,000 or more, right? And buses you get 500,000 kilometers, right? But you don't get anything on three-wheeler and two-wheeler. I mean, there's like 10,000, 20,000, and even if the guy gives it, you don't know whether there is any merit in anything that anyone says that market, because people can sell you and scoot off. So from that perspective, I think there is no magic wand to this, except people like Blue Smart, ourselves, and others actually taking care of our assets, creating a history that whenever people buy, and I think Tatas are doing a phenomenal job with Nexon. The product quality is phenomenal, that they have a 6-8 month waiting period, and that's why we don't get cars when we want it. But that apart, I think and that is the truth, and that's in a perverse way, I would still, I was talking to Shailesh the other day and I said, yeah, boss, 2 years back, who would have thought, private ownership of vehicles would be more than fleet? But you're doing a phenomenal job, right? You've got an $8 billion valuation. You've raised $1 billion, and you've done well. And at the end of the day, I think that's good. And I think the private market actually will drive that, right? Because like I said, that's when people buy vehicles in the private sector, they buy it for vanity. They don't buy it like Anmol and me to squeeze every juice out of it, all of that. We buy butt ugly cars, okay? As long as they make money, right? The private sector buys it because, you look hip in that and it does the job. And I think if the Nexon EV holds the price, it will create a tremendous amount of, let me say, a wave in which, the other four-wheeler guys will ride, right? And that's only because it's selling in that many numbers, right? And therefore, if it sells 40, 50,000 cars a year, then, in another 12 months and before you wake up, you will have, that many cars hitting the secondary market. So I think that's the only way. And, recording it, keeping it, all of that. There is no other thing than, meticulous record keeping and experiential. I think both of us will have to start doing this portfolio approach, saying, sell some cars after a year, after 2 years, after 3 years, after 4 years, and, kind of gauge the market, of what we can do. And I think that's about it. I think there's no magic wand to that, honestly. And, Guaranco, yeah, let's see what they do, but I don't see, that's something that we will have to kind of do it at a personal company level, or maybe, partner, between Blue Smart and us and others like us, get together and kind of do something on that end. But I don't think the government is going to give anything more because, if you look at the subsidy, battery, shattery, this, that, everything, it's as much as Norway, yeah? And for a country like India. So, you can't go and ask, you put one more katori there and say, boss, give me some more money. That ain't coming. Right. So I think, but financially, product is good. So you can structure financing around that. Like Anmol said, 300 crores, you'll probably get 1,000 more, in 6 months. And therefore, that is not the issue. But the underlying thing is the business, of course, the business model to, the product. He's able to do that business model only because of the product, right? So the product is there and then gives confidence to the whole ecosystem to work. And this is Tata, this is Mahindra. They're like $20 billion, $30 billion companies, right? And they've been there for 70, 80 years. So, I would bet, anyone's wedding trousseau on, and making sure that, these products work. So that's no problem, right? So, but there's no magic wand to it, honestly. And as an industry, we will have to sit, Anmol, me, others will have to sit to say, boss, how do you get that thing? But I think we are there. We are there. I think, you take care of your assets and the assets are good, you'll get that value.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Sanjay. So let me bring in Anmol. Anmol, one, anything to add on what Sanjay said? And second is that you answered this question, but for the larger audience, if you could answer. The question was that is cost of financing also dropping while growing? Is de-risking a consideration by financiers?
I think the only one thing, I don't know if there are any other entrepreneurs on the call, budding entrepreneurs, etc. I would just say that, take the bullet, get into the EV car or a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler. It's the best space to be in. It's the future, and just don't worry too much. I heard a joke, and maybe Sanjay's also heard that joke. You are not poor until you open a EV startup. So that's the frenzy. That's the frenzy which is in there. So I think just bite the bullet and get in there. That's for all. If there are any budding entrepreneurs in our audience, etc. But coming to the cost of financing, I think the cost of financing is being lowest for every possible asset. It's not just for EV cars. It is true for a solar project, a home. Any asset, any machinery that we are buying for our factories, everywhere it's the cheapest possible finance rates which are there. Of course, they are now slated to go upwards, and nobody can swing that tide. I think there will be a 200-300 basis point increase in interest rates over the next 12 months, and I don't think anybody can arrest it. No Indian financier can ensure that we don't that the interest rates don't go up by 200-300 basis point in the next 12 odd months. That's the globe, and we've all been beneficiary of a large interest rate reduction globally. We will all be impacted by a large interest rate increase in the next 12 odd months. But what we are only as a strategy trying to do is that we are trying to move away from MCLR fixed debt regimes. So I think at least for large transactions, you can move away from MCLR linked. So typically, if you will read your home or home loan or auto loan or any, it's all MCLR linked. What we have been trying to do is that because we know that interest rates are now going to move northwards, we are removing the MCLR linkage out of there and just making it a flat kind of a rate, commonly known as a flat rate, and trying to do that as a heads up, and maybe if it is useful for some of our audiences, that the large PSU transaction that we did actually happened at 8.45%. So it's a very decent, good, solid. I think for a company which is not like, we're not a A-rated company. We are a small startup which is just trying to raise money, etc. For a company of our size and stature, to get it at 8.45 on a large transaction was very, very nice. So and this is non-MCLR linked. So non-MCLR 8.45 means and 5.5 years kind of a repayment, etc., which basically means that even if interest rates go up by 200-300 basis points from here, we are actually not impacted, and the cost and the EMIs don't go up, etc. So that's where we are. I'm happy to answer any questions in private or public on EV financing. But yes, there is at least on the four-wheel side, it is there, and I can also tell you, because we got a large deal done from a PSU, there is enough government pressure also to kind of get it done. I think I mentioned that we'd gone for 100 and we got 300. The reason was not our brilliance. The reason was that the government wanted to support the sector and wanted to get it done, rather than we going and saying that let's do it. But at the end of the day, we are very happy that we have it, but it was not. It was more to be at the right place, right time, than any of us or our team's intelligence behind it.
Thanks a lot, Anmol. So Sanjay mentioned about battery swapping, and I think in the last budget also the Honorable Finance Minister said India will develop a battery swapping policy, and Niti Aayog is doing it. So on that, let me bring this question to Mr. Ajay and then Dheeraj. So battery swapping how will it impact financing of EV? And if there is an impact, will it reduce the cost of financing, increase the cost of financing? Some insights on that.
Yeah, battery swapping would be a best tool for financiers, because that will be that point would be the collection point, and instead of a monthly equated installment, we can go for battery swapping days. If it is one run for 1 day, so we can come swap the battery and pay for the daily installment kind of thing. So battery swapping obviously will help. It will help if the technological support, the telematic, gives us a great insight data available to us. We can build the things around it. Battery swapping will definitely help, but I just wanted to go beyond that, because there are 2-3 challenges which four-wheeler is not witnessing, but two-wheeler and three-wheeler is witnessing. There is a lack of partnership between the manufacturer and a financer. To be very honest, when the blue book and orange book, the perceived value of a car is available since after 20-30 years. But if this learnings is with us and we train the evaluators and we share this data and there is a mechanism, I think as an industry to coming together, we can really come out with some sort of residual value mechanism. Obviously, battery swapping will take different turn altogether. But that's very, very important, because I am seeing whenever we are talking to manufacturer, their requirements and all these things, we will definitely go and look at that. But I think there is a lack of sense of partnership between a financer, because adoption is definitely going to be fueled by the finance penetration. It's not, and we have seen a two-wheeler era where you have to book a car, two-wheeler in dollars. Those days are gone. Now, if you don't have money, but if you just walk in, if your financing is available, and the digital era is changing the whole mechanism, the whole sort of the digital things will change, but that will only get multiplied by 10x or whatever that number is if there is a good amount of partnership. I think that's the way I see a huge of potential, which uh, number which we are talking about by 2030, 360 crore. It is not going to happen without this win-win partnership between the manufacturer and particularly the mass market address is only visible through this kind of partnership.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ajay. Mr. Dheeraj?
Yeah, I think Ajay sir has rightly connected for the partnership. But yeah, battery swapping can be a good business for NBFCs like us or other NBFCs. The reason being the price of the vehicle goes down. Yeah, so that as of then two-wheeler, suppose let's say the cost of the high-speed two-wheelers is 90,000 rupees and the battery cost is 40,000. So it get reduced say to 60,000 rupees. So then it is very easy for a customer to take a loan, and for a financer also, my LTV, or you can say my loan amount, will definitely go down. So if I lend at 70%, so 70% on 60,000 rupees, it's cheaper. For him, the EMI will go down. And the other part, which Ajay sir has also covered, that it is also a safe business for us because he has to come to the he or she has to come to the charging point to get the batteries charged, where he can pay on a daily basis to us. So then suppose the battery cost is 100 rupees a charging, he can pay me say 50 rupees per day for the EMI part. So in that way, it's also safe. And plus the issue which is happening very recently, there are some OEMs which we have seen, and I am also the part of that customer whose vehicle have been burned. So because the batteries, that customer is not paying my EMI. So that the OEM is saying it's not my fault, customer is saying it's not my fault. So yeah, so that's in any way, as an NBFC, I and Sanjay sir will be the sufferer. So they will not pay our EMI. So OEM make the money, dealers make the money, but we didn't get the money. So in that case, that will help us in saving. At least the vehicles are coming. So it is a normal practice. Actually, we all buy two-wheelers, but we are not buying petrol. The same way we are buying only two-wheelers, battery we are taking in on a swapping. And the government has done very good job in applying the product. So if battery swapping stations are being placed at Indian Oil counters or CNG pumps, which very recently I think Geo Reliance is coming up, so that will definitely help we as a financer because our cost will goes down. And what other points being covered by I think Vikas also, that interest part, definitely we people also want to be in this market, and we want to be bit lower, but the risk factor is high. So that risk factor is to be covered. If people are covering the risk, I don't think any NBFCs or financer will get it. That's all.
So because as you heard, Dheeraj said that I think the importance is to covering the risk, and which also brings down the question of a robust business model as well as a product which can which can support that robust business model, right? So on the delivery side, one is that are you getting a robust product, or do you think the sector is still evolving, and we will see some time before you really get good quality products available for the delivery?
Yeah. No, this is a very important question, Amit. I think the ICE vehicle, you can buy any 80,000 two-wheeler or a three-wheeler of 3 lakh value. You will get the same financing. But in EV, there are so many options available. So many OEMs are coming up every week, every month. And unfortunately, 80% of the OEMs are making electronic toys, and we don't deal with electronic toys. So 20% OEMs we need to filter out who are making the real good quality EV, where we can ensure that the service level that what we have committed to our customers are ensured. Hence, I see an option where same 3.5 lakh three-wheelers in the EV segment will command a different risk premium because of the quality of the vehicle that the OEM is producing. So that we see already happening in the case where a good quality product has accessible to good quality financing, both in terms of volumes and in terms of interest rate. So that's what we are seeing. But the interesting thing on the battery swapping, Amit, I think you're talking about, I personally don't believe that this is a good financing solution. Um, if the battery swapping is exactly doing the same as what a typical fixed battery is doing, it's useless. It is creating a dependency on the network of battery swapping network that has to be built, because everyone is trying to work in a closed ecosystem. So you have to deal with X OEM plus Y energy operator. If you change the OEM, then the energy operator changes. You have to work with multiple combos of OEM and energy operators. So while at the individual vehicle level, you take the battery out of the equation and the price comes down. But you need to look at the overall ecosystem level, the capex that needs to be put in for the number of vehicles and the extra battery that you have to purchase. So the overall capital cost in the battery swapping system, because of the high network dependency, because of the standardized lack of standardization, you will see more kind of capex coming up. But I am also trying to do with battery swapping. We have just ordered the first 100 vehicles. We are doing a small start where the use case can be changed completely. A typical run rate of a three-wheeler is about 80 kilometers per day in the logistics industry. If you can, but there are also use case where the daily run rate is about 160, 170 kilometer. In that case, if you can plan your that particular use case where you can leverage the battery swapping network in a way where you know the exact location where it has to be put in, where you know which vehicle and energy combination will going to work for that use case, and you are able to double the run rate per day, which means double the revenue from the same vehicle, sweating the asset more. That case, battery swapping becomes a very good economical solution. So even at the high capex, high at the ecosystem level, even at that level, we are willing to put a bet on that battery swapping station. But if it's doing exactly the same what the typical fixed battery is supposed to do, that's not going to work.
Thanks a lot, Vikas, and especially on this interesting point of view on the battery swapping. So, gentlemen, before we close this session, maybe I'll just go one round more. And the question is, if we have to ask for that one thing that you would say will accelerate EV adoption or accelerate the financing of EV, what would be that one thing? And maybe let me start with Sanjay and maybe get his perspective, and then we will go to Ajay, Dheeraj, and Vikas.
I think great business models, money-making business models, based on good products. That's all. So I think, like you said, like Anmol also said, it's like really frothy today, right? This EV thing, it's like Wild West, right? Any guy who's got $2, and got a vehicle availability to get a vehicle financed, starts a business, and more so, I think in the freight space than on the people space because of the asset cost being low, right? Freight is only whatever 1.5, 2 lakhs or 2.5 lakhs, scooter or whatever. And cars, of course, are 10, 12 lakhs. So it requires, some amount of judgment on that. And so therefore, from that perspective, that's about it. Great products and good business model. That's about it. I think there's nothing more to it than that. It's just very, very basic stuff here. We keep thinking that EV is something unique. It isn't. It took 4 years for awareness to build. But I think people are aware now of the benefits of that. Now it's only the bad. In my view, you will only go back 2 steps if the two gentlemen on financing start financing shit vehicles or shit business models, which tomorrow they land up with trying to, sort. Then it will go downhill. Then EV will get a bad name, right? Which it should not, right? I think that's my only point. So good products and good business models. That's about it.
Great. Good product and good business model. Maybe Mr. Ajay, your thought process.
I think Sanjay has rightly said that obviously consolidation of two-wheeler manufacturer is very much needed. So the consolidation will definitely take care of the quality, etc. And second thing, the innovative business model. You can't run the same old asset-backed lending model, like Vikas was rightly mentioning, diesel three-wheeler, ICE three-wheeler at same rate, electric is on the same rate. It is not going to work. If the telematics and a partnership with OEM and data can take this EV adoption to the next level.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ajay. Mr. Dheeraj? If you could unmute.
Yeah, sorry. One more thing which I support both Ajay sir as well as Mr. Sanjay for it. Definitely consolidation of the two-wheeler manufacturers as well as should be there with it. One good part is actually there should be what I was also thinking, why not we people like there is already a policy to change these vehicles, to convert these. The government is doing a lot of things, but we as a NBFC or our partners like five banks and all, we have to put the pressures on incentivize these corporate fleet caps also to be changed. That will also help us in more getting, and this is actually the safest business with every NBFC can see, because they have a corporate fleets and they can do, they are earning. So as a finance, I think that will is, and if the product is good, which I think very much is required, all these points are already covered. Four-wheelers, I don't find any any problems, but two-wheelers as well as in three-wheelers, there's a huge issues. And so that if we can restrict it, that will help.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dheeraj. Vikas, some last comments.
No, this is a great support by the government in terms of fiscal subsidies, non-fiscal subsidies. But I think where government is not able to solve for is the financing. I think having EV as a priority sector lending would definitely help to access to the finance in affordable manner. So access to financing in affordable manner is the ask that we will have.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for this wonderful, wonderful session. Very insightful discussion, a lot of Q&A. I really loved interacting with you. So with this, we have come to the end of this workshop on looking at how can you finance the decarbonization of transport. Global snapshot on what is happening in some of the other parts of the world. The second session that we spoke was what is government doing on this topic. The third session was looking at some of the DFIs and multilateral agencies and their work in this. And last, this was really looking at from the private sector on this issue of EV financing. So with this, we have come to the end of the workshop, but I would really like to thank everyone at Niti Aayog for making this happen, especially with Mr. Kant, who gave us the opening remark, Siddharth Sinha, who was really a great support in having this happen, a workshop happen. I would also like to thank my colleagues at WRI India, especially Nikita, whom you have received the email, a lot of correspondence on when to join, how to join, so on and so forth. And also my colleagues and compatriots and friends from GIZ, who has been especially helpful in getting this happen. So as I said earlier, this is the forum for decarbonizing transport. Every 6 months, we meet on a specific topic. This year, this workshop was on financing. Maybe in 5-6 months, we will meet again on some of the other topics of how do we scale up decarbonizing transport. Till then, I thank you all. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Amit.
Thank you, Amit.